At last, winter has arrived, and with it, the ending to our tale. As the cold settles in, all is revealed to the party and they are given a choice over their own destiny. However, it comes with an inevitability. The fall will come whether humanity wishes it to or not. If there is one other linked episode from Reload I would like to talk about, it would be Ryoji's. It's for the same reasons that I covered Shinjiro's, but Ryoji's introduction in the last quarter of the story means we have even less time to get to know him. It's a good chance for us to bond with his character a bit more before winter comes and learn a bit more about his inner thoughts. The story starts the day he joins the class and is the only mandatory part of the linked episode. We overhear a few girls wander over to Ryoji's desk, flirting with him and inviting him to hang out, but Miss Toriumi walks in on their conversation. There's still some paperwork that needs to be filled out regarding his transfer, and so she asks him to come to the faculty office to deal with it. Alongside him, we're asked to follow. Once in the faculty office, Miss Toriumi hands over all the necessary forms before asking the two of us to take a few boxes over to the music room. They're rather heavy, hence why we were asked to come along, and Mr. Okoda has been nagging at her to get them out of the office. With a bit of encouragement from Ryoji, we reluctantly help out. Once the boxes are all moved, Ryoji compliments how strong we seem to be before pointing out a piano sitting on the far side of the room. He noticed it when the two of us walked in, and commenting on how we always seem to be wearing headphones, offers to play a song in order to break the ice with us. The song played is a German piece called Flohwalzer, or Flea Waltz, and is a rather simple song, often used to teach beginners about finger positioning. Ryoji admits that he's wanting to impress us so that we could potentially hit it off, even if he's not familiar with how to play the piano. However, he has a drive to learn and experience new things. Finally asking straight out, Ryoji inquires as to whether or not we can be friends, as it feels like we've already known each other for a long time. He doesn't have his phone on him, so instead asks us to write down our contact info, promising to message us later. The next time we're given the opportunity to hang out with Ryoji, he asks for some help. He's hanging out with some girls later, but their friends want a word with him first. He invites us to tag along, thinking it would be more fun if everyone were to get together, but when we arrive on the roof, we're met with 3 other guys. The guys start to dig into Ryoji, warning him to stay away from their girlfriends. To his confusion, Ryoji admits that since he's talked to so many girls here, he's not entirely sure which one are the guys' girlfriends, which only pisses them off further. Although he promises he didn't try to make a move on them, Ryoji did agree to go out for a bite to eat with the girls and would feel bad if he broke his promise now. When one of the guys demands Ryoji's phone to delete all of his contact info, we finally step in to try and defuse the situation. It gets the attention of one of the 3 guys, who finally recognizes us from class. Our association with Akihiko and Mitsuru puts him a bit on edge, and his worries cause the other 2 guys to back off. Before they leave, they demand Ryoji leave their girlfriends alone, and warning us that he may steal our girlfriend too. Once we're alone, Ryoji apologizes for the trouble he caused us, and vows to ask any other girls he meets whether they're in a relationship before asking them out. After thanking us for our backup, he turns his gaze towards the ocean to marvel at its beauty. It makes him reflect back on the 3 boys, as if a relationship between 2 people means those 2 people like each other, Ryoji's involvement shouldn't change that. He starts to question what it feels like to be in a relationship and asks us if we have someone we hold dear to our heart. There's still so much in this world he doesn't understand, but still wants to learn about it regardless. All that said, he apologizes again for dragging us into this mess, offering to treat us to some ramen. The third opportunity to hang out doesn't come until the trip to Kyoto, where during the evening Yukari helps Mitsuru, Ryoji asks if we could accompany him to the riverbank the following day. If we agree, then we'll meet with him after wandering around and gaze out at the river. There's so much here that he's never experienced before that it's a bit overwhelming, but overall, the school trip has been a blast. He ended up buying a music box as a souvenir and opens it up to show to us. As for what song this is, I haven't been able to find a concrete answer. It's possible that it is in reference to something, or is an original piece written for the scene, but what's important isn't what the music is, but how it makes Ryoji feel. Someday in the future, Ryoji will listen to the song and look back fondly upon this trip and the time he spent with all of us. As he puts the box away, he comments about how the sun reflects off the water here differently than at the school. Yet it is nonetheless still beautiful. It is in stark contrast to the history of this place, as Ryoji points out that it was once the site for executions. It makes sense, however, as rivers have been long thought of as a border between the land of the living and the realm of the dead, but one wouldn't think that with how many couples can be found on the riverbank. Ryoji brings up his recent thoughts of how everyone is going to die someday, and so it's a complete mystery as to why people try so hard to form relationships with one another. Not just romantically, but between friends and family. For each person we become attached to, it just makes saying goodbye to the people in our lives all the harder. Although he asks for our opinion, Ryoji will question whatever reasoning we give him. However, realizing he made things a bit weird, he apologizes for the heaviness of the conversation. Staring out at the river just made him think about the nature of life and death. A river's destination is already decided, flowing out towards the ocean, and yet the path that it weaves is its own. Life is much the same way, as each person carves their own journey through life, and yet the end is predetermined. In the end, each and every one of us will die. The trip had helped him come to many of these conclusions, and his time with us helped him broaden his horizons. Ryoji admits his time with us has been precious to him before realizing it may have come across as some confession of love. Not wanting to get in the way of the actual couples, he recommends that we head back to the inn. The last part of Ryoji's linked episode comes to us from a text message on the first day of December, asking us to meet him in the music room. When we arrive, he's already sitting by the piano waiting for us. He thanks us for coming to hear him out, as he had a sudden feeling that he was running out of time. With what time he has left, he wished to see us once more, even if he's not entirely sure what he wants to say. Our time may have been short, but he has learned a lot about life during his time with us, and for that, he thanks us. As a form of tribute, showing to us the meaning of all he had experienced, he plays a song for us on the piano. The same melody as the music box from Kyoto. It was through watching the couples in Kyoto and through seeing us hanging out at the dorm that Ryoji finally understood why we form relationships. We bond with other people to overcome life's hardships and keep each other moving forward. It's only now that he talks about just how important Makoto is within his heart. In fact, Ryoji would like to become more than just simple friends. Before he can continue speaking, however, a knock at the door alerts us to Fuka's arrival. She was just passing by in the hallway when she heard a beautiful song being played on the piano, figuring she would stop in and watch whoever it was playing. She asks if we were the one playing, but when we try to motion to Ryoji, he seems to have disappeared. Fuka actually asks if Ryoji had been here, as she had sensed his presence within the room before she arrived. Makoto would not respond to her, however, simply staring out the window instead. Ryoji's linked episode has a simple recurring theme of the relationships we form with other people, similar to the core theme of Persona 3 as a whole. He questions the nature of relationships and why we as humans form them with other people. It ties closely with Ryoji's arcana, but I don't think I'm quite ready to delve into his character just yet. Instead, this linked episode serves as a bit more context for Ryoji's character as we head into the game's climax, as his true role within the story is revealed to both us and to Seize. For the first time since Makoto arrived at Iwatodai, the arrival of the full moon does not appear to herald the arrival of a powerful shadow. Yet that does not mean trouble is not brewing. On the way to school, Aigis ominously tells Makoto that she intends to protect everyone, and it would be that night that her plan would be put into action. At the stroke of the dark hour, Aegis would approach Ryoji atop the Moonlight Bridge, staring up at the full moon. She catches his attention and asks what exactly Ryoji is doing here, which turns out to be a bit complicated. He ended up here when he awoke, but doesn't entirely know what's happening. The land is strange and the people are all missing, and there's the foreboding feeling that something terrible has happened. Yet Ryoji is oddly at peace. Aegis reminds him that this is the dark hour, and Ryoji seems to have adapted to it a little too well for a mere human. Only now can Aegis finally piece together the dread she feels within her whenever she's around Ryoji, as this is not the first time they've encountered each other on this very bridge. The memory is all too familiar to Ryoji as well, and at last he begins to question his true identity. Aegis properly introduces herself as an anti-shadow weapon and reminds Ryoji of his true name, the name of the shadow she sealed away 10 years ago. Death.
Yes, 10 years ago. The night I was born into this world, I set foot on this very bridge.
The sole purpose of my existence is to destroy shadows. For that reason, I was given a personality and a persona.
They said I was death, the 13th arcana that was never meant to be. And I wasn't in this world for long before parts of my body escaped me, leaving me incomplete, as I was when I met you.
Even so, your strength was far greater than I anticipated. The only possible alternative was to seal you away, and as circumstance would have it, a suitable vessel was available, a human child standing nearby. So I did what was necessary.
I see. So I was confined within him. And I led him to my 12 missing pieces without realizing it. And then... I remember everything. It all makes sense now. Who and what I am.
Palladian!
Stop, don't be foolish, Aegis. There's no way you can win. I'm different than before.
A machine is created for a purpose. Mine is to defeat you. I exist for nothing else.
It doesn't have to be that way.
I am sorry. I have failed. A machine is worthless if it cannot fulfill its purpose. I'm sorry. I'm afraid.
Yukari would wander into the control room, surprised to see Fuka and Mitsuru are already there. Seeing as tonight is a full moon, she came up here almost out of habit, and it seems like she's not the only one. Beyond that, however, Mitsuru had been growing worried as Aegis hadn't been seen since earlier that day, and had asked Fuka to see if she could locate her. For a brief moment, Fuka detected a persona, but once it vanished, so too did Aegis' presence. While she didn't sense Jin or Takaya, they can't rule out the possibility of Strega being involved. But after a moment, Fuka finally determines Aegis' location. Telling Yukari to wake the others, the team would make preparations to head to the Moonlight Bridge. Upon their arrival, they would rush to Aegis' side as she lay on her knees, broken and malfunctioning. She apologizes as now she remembers who she is and what she's done to Makoto. Kneeling down and taking her hand, Makoto would try to comfort Aigis as she apologizes to him for failing in her mission. Ryoji would approach to everyone's surprise as Aigis' systems would shut down. Admitting that all of this mess is his fault, Ryoji would explain everything at Mitsuru's insistence. He is the Appriser, born from the union of the 12 shadows of the Arcana. As such, he stands as the 13th Arcana, Death. With his memories restored, he can recall the truth of the shadows, of Tartarus, and of the Dark Hour. They exist to bring about the return of a maternal being, and soon she will awaken as she is drawn towards the Appriser. 10 years ago, Mitsuru's grandfather collected many shadows and contained them within a laboratory in order to give birth to Ryoji. However, he awoke incomplete and escaped, where he would meet against Aigis in battle. The two would fall before one another, and knowing she could not defeat him, Aigis sealed him away within a nearby child. That child, as it turns out, would be Makoto Yuki. For over a decade, the Appriser lived within him, and once he awoke to his persona, the 12 Arcana did as well. They attempted to reunite with Ryoji and become a complete being once more. It all leaves so many more questions, and Ryoji tells them that there is more that he needs to say. But before he can, his body would give out, falling unconscious. Mitsuru would direct the party to bring him back to the dorm, as Ryoji isn't the only person in need of rest. Aigis will also need to be repaired, and so until Ryoji wakes back up, there would be nothing to do but to wait. They would not need to wait long, and the following day the party would assemble within the control room. There, Ryoji would inform the party about everything and answer any of their questions. The maternal being Ryoji had mentioned before is called Nyx, and she is the mother of shadows. She came in ancient times to bestow death upon this world, and should she reawaken, then all life will end. People will not simply die, but will become just like the lost, losing their wills to live, and allowing death to come and claim them. Her awakening will be known as the Fall. Yukari asks if there is any possible way they can avoid such a thing from happening, but all Ryoji can do is apologize. Nyx and the Fall are inevitable. Ever since the bells of Tartarus tolled and the Appriser of Death awoke, humanity's fate was set in stone. The fact that Ryoji exists at all means that it is certain. When Akihiko asks when the Fall will happen, Ryoji confirms that the party will not live to see the following spring. They only have months to live, but as Junpei looks around and sees the looks on everyone's faces, he starts to laugh. After all, they haven't lost a fight once all year. All they have to do is find Nyx and beat her down into submission, but according to Ryoji, Nyx, much like death itself, cannot be overcome. However, there is still some hope. Although Ryoji is a shadow, he has a human form and has lived a human life. Because he dwelled within Makoto, learning of humanity, he's now capable of giving them all a choice. It is possible to live in peace until Nyx's arrival. The only caveat is that they will have to kill Ryoji. With his death, their memories of the Dark Hour will disappear along with him, and thus the team won't remember this unavoidable fate. Then, when the Fall happens, they will die instantaneously and without pain. They can live in blissful ignorance until the Fall arrives, which will delay it slightly, and it's all thanks to Makoto. While Ryoji is the same type of being as Nyx and cannot be killed, a part of him has become human thanks to Makoto. This means if Ryoji is killed by Makoto's hands, they may all live in peace before the end. He pleads with them to kill him, as Ryoji doesn't want to see his friends suffer with the knowledge of their impending doom. But Yukari speaks up, stating she doesn't want her memories to be erased. Ryoji begs her to reconsider, but tells the team that they don't need to decide right now. They can take their time to think things over until the night of New Year's Eve. After that, Ryoji's essence will dissolve into the Dark Hour, and he will cease to exist anyways. With that, he promises to return on New Year's Eve and leaves the control room. And when Junpei tries to follow after him, Fuka tells him that it's pointless. Ryoji's presence vanished the moment he left the room. The next time they would see him again would have to wait until New Year's Eve. Over the next week, Makoto's daily trips to school come with a few stops in front of the gates. At first, it is only to listen to rumors, with word flying around that Ryoji's parents got transferred, and that's why he's not at the school anymore. As time continues, however, these morning encounters begin to involve the party. Each of them stops Makoto to ask what his thoughts are on the situation, and whether or not he's made his decision. Each of them have their own opinions on the matter, but if there's one commonality, it's that none of them have a definitive answer in mind. Sitting in their own thoughts hasn't resulted in a decision, and so another meeting in the lounge would inevitably be called to discuss their hopeless situation. As Yukari points out, everyone has been rather down lately, and no one has seemed interested in venturing back into Tartarus. They have let their shock stagnate them, and thus a decision must be made. Mitsuru invites everyone to speak, and Akihiko states that while he hasn't made up his mind, he doesn't intend to run away. For Mitsuru herself, this is the first time she's thought about her own death before, and it's left her rather conflicted. She doesn't wish to suffer, but she doesn't wish to kill Ryoji. However, regardless of the decision, everyone will still die. Fuka would rather not kill Ryoji, and when she starts to stumble over her words, Yukari reassures her that it's alright to be unsure about all this. When she turns towards Junpei, asking for his thoughts, Yukari offers a joke about him being scared. However, it sets Junpei off, as this is their death they're discussing. Of course he's scared over their situation, and there's nothing he can do about it. He's left just as powerless as he's always been, as the decision really only rests in Makoto's hands. In his eyes, all of this is Makoto's fault to begin with. He harbored death inside of him for all these years, nurturing it and allowing it to grow. If Makoto is supposed to be so special, Junpei demands he do something about their situation. Yukari points out that not only is it not Makoto's fault, but he's the reason they have a choice right now rather than having a judgment forced upon them, and apologizes to Junpei for teasing him. However, in her opinion, she'd rather not forget everything. All of this has caused Junpei to look back over his own life, reflecting back on his father. He was an alcoholic who was scammed out of all of his money and used the bottle to avoid facing reality. For a long time, Junpei hated him for that, but now, he's starting to understand just how hopeless and scared his father must have felt. The others reassure him that they're feeling just as scared as he is, and Mitsuru finally brings their meeting to a close. It's obvious they still haven't reached a decision, but they still have time to think about it. Until New Year's Eve arrives, Mitsuru orders everyone to try and live as normally as they can, and see if they can't make their choice. It is after this that the party will be willing to return to their nightly incursions into the tower, and explore the surreal upper floors that await them. In truth, Haraba opened up the month prior, following the defeat of the Hanged Man's Shadow, but December would be the team's opportunity to truly explore it. It's a dizzying block of flashing colors and pulsating lights, and the shadows grow ever stronger as they reach the top. Still, it is something for the team to spend their nights doing, a goal for them to strive towards, even as the shadow of death looms over their heads. Not only that, but there are more exams coming up that the team would need to prepare for, because before the world comes to its apocalyptic end, life goes on as normal. Days pass by all too quickly, leaving everyone with little time to reflect by themselves. But one thing they would not need to do is come to their decision alone. Following the exams, Mitsuru would knock on Yukari's door, asking to come in. She had wanted to come and talk for a few minutes, and when Yukari jokes that Mitsuru is just feeling lonely, the two share a friendly laugh. Yukari questions what Nyx must be like and whether or not it resides somewhere within Tartarus, and she's afforded these questions as she has finally made up her mind. She wishes to fight to the bitter end, as it is simply better than sitting around doing nothing until death comes to claim them. Yukari correctly guesses that this is the reason why Mitsuru came to talk, as the older student has also made up her mind. Mitsuru also plans to face death head-on so that once all has been settled, she can inherit the Kirijo group as her father had done before her. If she dies defeating Nyx, then the company will need to move forward without her. Yukari brings up how Ryoji mentioned Nyx cannot be killed, as she's been thinking back on it lately. Since death dwelled within him, she's begun to wonder if Makoto might be the same way, and with him by their side, Yukari is sure they'll succeed. Still, whether they win or they lose, whether they live or they die, Yukari will be alright so long as she stays by her friends' sides, and will feel proud of how she chose to live. She's come to this decision not because of her father, but because of her own thoughts that she's come to over the last year. That includes the trip to Kyoto, where Mitsuru had asked her to stand by her side. It is in the reminder of that day that Mitsuru reaffirms their vow, and both her and Yukari agree to face death side by side. Only days later, Akihiko would find Ken in the alleyway behind Port Island Station, having assumed the boy would be visiting his mother's grave instead. Ken was originally planning on that, but when he thought about what he was going to say to her, none of the words felt right to him. There's nothing to say to her yet, as there's still things he needs to do, and it's a feeling Akihiko admits he's been feeling as well. There's nothing to say to Shinjiro yet until, at last, Akihiko's business has been taken care of. Ken starts to reflect on what an unbeatable enemy might be like, but to Akihiko, it doesn't really matter. His mind is set, and he intends to look death straight in the eyes. It's a sentiment that Ken likes the sound of, his mind also having been made up. Much like Yukari and Mitsuru, the two of them would not be backing down from the fight ahead. It would leave only 2 other party members to come to a decision, and before the month's end, with less than a week before the foretold day, Fuka would find Junpei sitting at Port Island Station, where Chidori used to sit and draw. He would be looking over Chidori's sketchbook when Fuka arrived, and when questioned what he's doing here, Junpei would admit that he comes here sometimes when he's feeling rather down. After all, this is where he first met Chidori. When he asks what Fuka is doing here, she tells him that she's on her way back from visiting her parents. She's been seeing them a lot more lately, and it prompts Junpei to compliment her on how much she's changed from when they first met. She's become much stronger, much more sure of herself than back then, and Fuka tells Junpei that he's changed a lot in that time too. Junpei shrugs off the comment as he feels he's still the same as he was. He let his anger explode out because of just how scared he felt the other week, and truth be told, he's still scared even now. But having had some time to reflect, he's come to realize he doesn't want to lose his memories. It means forgetting Chidori, and if it weren't for her, he wouldn't be here in the first place. As Fuka points out, Junpei's fear comes from the fact that he's choosing not to run away, and it's the same reason why she's choosing to stay and protect everyone. The Dark Hour was also scary to them at first, but they awakened to their personas, and can stand here today as they are. The future is not set in stone, and they can choose to be true to themselves. With that thought, Junpei finally decides that they should choose to fight back, and it's a decision that Fuka too has come to. With all of the craziness that has happened, it only makes sense that we take a day to slow down and appreciate the life that we still have left, with the game giving us an opportunity to spend Christmas Eve with our romantic partner. Should the player choose to romance one of their social links, then they'll be able to accept an invitation to hang out at Polonia Mall. The mall has been decorated with lights and decorations, and for one evening, Makoto was given the opportunity to make some memories. The player will also be able to exchange gifts with their partner, getting a different item depending on which girl they choose to spend Christmas with. It's a nice bit of extra content for each player's romance, and while the later Persona games would also feature a special Christmas scene, it feels more impactful here. For tonight, Makoto can just forget about the Dark Hour, about Nyx, and about the fall. It's a moment of calm amidst the chaotic storm of the year's end. And yet the year would all too soon reach its end, and on January 30th, the day before Ryoji's return, Aigis would come back to the dorm. She apologizes for having worried everyone, but being a machine, she can be rebuilt and repaired. Even if her entire form is destroyed, the programming data still exists to recreate her from scratch. But as Aigis explains this, Yukari tells her not to talk like that. Mitsuru had the repairs expedited so that Aigis would be here for tomorrow's meeting, and Aigis apologizes for everything she put the party through. She checks in with Makoto, asking if he's been well, as she wasn't strong enough to protect him. She was the one who sealed Ryoji inside him 10 years ago, and had she not done that, Makoto would not be suffering now as he has been. Turning the conversation towards the decision that must be made, she asks a favor of Makoto. Tomorrow night, when Ryoji comes to visit, Aigis asks Makoto to please end his life. It pains her to see everyone suffering like this, and so as to spare them the knowledge of the cruel fate that awaits them, she asks that their memories be erased. The team questions what has made Aigis think like this, and in turn, she asks why they brought her back here. Her mission is to hunt shadows, and now she knows she cannot defeat them. She is without a mission, and thus she is a weapon without purpose. She can't even cry for them due to her mechanical nature, and so Aigis demands to know why everyone would choose to fight a battle they know they can't win. Akihiko replies that they aren't throwing their lives away with this mission, they're just planning for their futures. But such a concept doesn't register in Aigis' mind. She assumes it's because she does not have a life, and now her sole reason for existing has been rendered obsolete. She begs to understand her purpose now, falling to her knees as she asks someone to please tell her what her reason for existing even is anymore. With a sigh, Junpei would be the one to approach her and tell her that a person's reason for living is something everyone questions. In the end, only she can decide what her purpose is, just like everyone else. It's why coming to a decision about fighting Nyx has been so difficult. Life is complicated, messy, and difficult, but so long as they're alive, the members of SEAS have all agreed they wish to continue fighting. Their purpose then is to help other people, and that's a purpose they decided for themselves. Fuka would reassure Aigis that she doesn't want to forget about her, and Mitsuru would chime in that if one loses sight of their goal, they simply need to look within their own heart to find a new one. Aigis questions whether she's even capable of change, and yet Mitsuru points out that she already has.
I know what my purpose is. I'm a machine who is here to live. And the one who has given me this new purpose is me. Aigis. This is the promise I've made to myself. I don't know how I'll do it, but I guess that is part of living too. Will you allow me to join with you all?
Of course! You've always been one of us.
Thank you. I will be with you all, no matter what happens.
Aigis is a mechanical maiden built in man's image to possess a psyche of her own. Thus, it stands to reason her psyche too is capable of change, just like a human's. Her persona Palladian would undergo a transformation from this new resolve, awakening into Pallas Athena. The night would end there, the team having come to an agreement. All that is left to do now is to wait for Ryoji's return. Within the base game of Persona 3, there is only one more social link that can be found within the school, which, as it turns out, is the last of the party social links prior to the Festival Edition. This social link would be the Empress Arcana, a symbol of femininity, beauty, and the care of others. While a motherly figure, the true point to the Empress is that it is a force that protects and nurtures the potential within others and within ourselves. This can be accomplished through a number of ways, but a true Empress leads with stability and emotional authority. This manifests through the upright position, guiding others to grow and mature, protecting them while they're in a fragile state. It comes through in the supportive and generous actions of a kind hand. When reversed, this care can be taken into one of two directions. Either there is too much involvement, smothering those they are supposed to be taking care of, or if they are not present enough, then the result is neglecting the duties to oneself and those under their care. Any sort of protection is thrown away in favor of creating a dependency, such that they will look to the Empress for comfort, unable to escape her grasp. Once December has begun, we can finally speak with Mitsuru about hanging out outside of the team, but to do so, we'll need to impress her first. To do this, we will need to max out our knowledge score, which shouldn't come as too much of a surprise. Each of the 3 female party members we can interact with require us to max out a social stat, with Fuka requiring courage and Yukari requiring charm. When we get the chance to speak with her, Mitsuru will ask us for a favor, taking us to Hagakure as a bit of a treat and for some help. She's never really been out to restaurants and is unsure of what sort of etiquette she needs to follow while eating ramen. We do our best to guide her, and while the taste is a little strange at first, she ultimately decides that it's quite good. Mitsuru would call out to the chef, sending her compliments to him and asking what sorts of ingredients are used in the food. The chef dismisses the question, not wanting to give away his secret recipe, and Mitsuru's further questioning eventually drives the chef to go elsewhere within the kitchen. She loses herself in her thoughts, imagining it would be more profitable to patent the recipe and sell it before snapping herself out of it. She apologizes for the strangeness of our hangout, but she had been wanting to try ramen for a while now. However, she's not used to this style of restaurant and had thought it would feel awkward coming in alone. It's not the only place she's been curious about, and so the next time we hang out, we go to Wild Duck Burger for some fast food. She's passed by here once, so she knows that this type of food is typically eaten with one's hands, but still finds herself nervous now that she's here. She loses herself in thought again, curious about the price to make each burger compared to what they sell for, before turning her attention to the other reason she asked us to come. Mitsuru would thank us for all we've done for the team, as while she's been rather hard on us all year, our efforts are appreciated. Time seems to fly by as we talk, and before we know it, Mitsuru has to attend a prior engagement, leaving us to head back home for the night. Still curious about average food, Mitsuru would take us to the takoyaki stand later in order to try the fried octopus. She's surprised that it doesn't consist of an entire octopus, feeling rather ashamed by her own ignorance of the wider world. She buys a dozen of the snacks, and the 2 of us would sit nearby and enjoy them. Mitsuru ends up enjoying the takoyaki, but the experience leaves her mind wandering towards Akihiko. He's been acting differently lately, more mature, and it makes Mitsuru happy to see Akihiko not only dealing with his past traumas, but learning from them. It makes her think back on their long history together, as she's known him for quite a long time. He's more than a teammate to her, and more than a friend, although there's no romantic feelings between the two. Catching herself rambling about her inner thoughts, Mitsuru asks us to forget all about this before heading out for the day. However, her wandering thoughts don't stop there, and when we head to the library with her later on, Mitsuru thinks about how we don't have much time left. Pretty soon, we'll look back on the time spent with each other with nostalgia, and it seems these thoughts have been creeping up lately due to the death of her father. With the issues of the inheritance and her being positioned as the next head of the Kirijo group, it's unlikely Mitsuru will be able to go to college or have a chance to pursue a career of her own. However, her academics is not the only part of her life that's been affected. She asks us for our views on marriage, as she's not one that can make such a commitment based solely on emotions. As a Kirijo, marriage is a much more political endeavor, with love coming secondarily. Her own parents had an arranged marriage and didn't fall in love until after they were wed. Even if she did have the freedom to marry for love, she doesn't have any time to pursue romance. Not while balancing school, the student council, managing the Kirijo group, and fighting against the Dark Hour. Speaking of which, the student council president shouldn't be making conversation in the school library, as it sets a bad example, so the 2 of us decide to leave for the moment. With what spare time she does have, we go with Mitsuru to see a movie, as she's never actually gone to a theater before. Even if we sat at the end of an aisle, she enjoyed the experience, and she's glad we've been agreeing to these sorts of hangouts with her. Mitsuru would feel too uncomfortable going to dinner or to a movie by herself, unlike other members of our team like Yukari. Not only that, but Mitsuru guesses that her more free-spirited nature means Yukari would be better suited to riding a motorcycle than herself. Mitsuru used to have one before it was destroyed by the Emperor and Empress shadows, but it wasn't purely for the purposes of helping Seas. Instead, it was the idea of being able to drive wherever she wanted all on her own that drew her to it, as a modest rebellion against her busy life. After it was smashed, Mitsuru actually had it repaired, as she still enjoys riding it from time to time. The thought of the two of us riding at some point helps to lift her spirits, but that heightened mood would not last long. Returning to the library to help her with some research, Mitsuru seems rather distracted. She had been looking through the fiction section, and seeing there's more romance novels than ones on married life, wonders if the best part of a person's life comes before marriage. All these thoughts of marriage lately have come from some troubles with the family company that emerged once she took over, and Mitsuru has been having difficulties with understanding the expectations of the other board members. To help save the company, the president of an affiliated company has been chosen to marry Mitsuru, so that the two can be combined. The merger and the engagement will be announced at the same time in order to project stability in the company. However, her fiancé is much older than she is, leaving doubts in Mitsuru's mind. It's the same path her parents walked, and so it's the same one Mitsuru must take as well. The alternative would be driving into the sunset on her motorcycle in some search for self-discovery. That's just a fantasy, however, but it's one that does appeal to Mitsuru. She also admits that her time spent with us has begun to make her waver in her conviction, making Mitsuru hesitant to meet up like this in the future. Seeing as Mitsuru has acquired a taste for fast food, we return to the Wild Duck Burger, where she tells us to forget about our previous conversation. After all, she rather enjoys hanging out with us, and even offers to see if we can visit each of the restaurants we've gone to before all in one day. So long as we're by her side, Mitsuru feels as though she can go anywhere without worry, and wishes to make as many memories together as we can. One such place we visit on a later day is the movie theater, where Mitsuru had wanted to watch a road trip movie. She reflects on the main character, how he had sacrificed everything to go on a trip with his friends, only to return to his ordinary life by the end. She inquires as to whether we've ever thought about going somewhere far away where nobody knows us and we are free of our responsibilities, but clarifies her thoughts. Mitsuru doesn't want to leave everything behind, but sometimes she thinks about how simpler things would be without all of her responsibilities. Her family name is almost like a shackle tying her down with all of the expectations that comes with it. She apologizes for how undisciplined she's been lately, complaining as she has, before posing a hypothetical question. Would it be so wrong to want to be with someone, even knowing it can never happen? Before we can finish the conversation, however, a voice would call out to Mitsuru. The man would approach the two of us, telling Mitsuru to hurry along with him, and when Mitsuru mentions that they didn't have any plans together today, the man dismisses her. His meeting was cancelled, which means Mitsuru's schedule will need to adapt to align with his busy schedule. When Mitsuru tries to tell him that she already has plans, the man retorts back that nothing should be more important to her than spending time with her fiancé. She is to be an obedient wife, as per their arrangement, or else the Kirijo group will end up failing without the intervention of his company. He's always found the Kirijos to be rather troublesome, but at least Mitsuru's father is dead now, making matters much more simpler for everyone involved. When we try to intervene, her fiancé would brush us aside, as this has nothing to do with us, and turns back to Mitsuru. When he reminds her that the Kirijo group needs his help, Mitsuru reluctantly follows after him, pausing for a moment to apologize to us for having to see all this play out. When we try to intervene again, it only agitates Mitsuru's fiancé, telling us that we should know our place within society. The lower class are not fit to associate with people like the two of them, and berates us for dragging Mitsuru down to our commoner level. This catches the ire of Mitsuru, who, unable to take it anymore, puts her foot down. An insult to us is an insult to her, as the likes of him can't hold a candle to a person like Makoto. As such, she would rather be by our side now and forever. The insult of being thought of as lower than some peasant agitates her fiancé, reminding Mitsuru of her place and suggesting she apologize for her outburst. She has her own future and the future of her company to think about. Mitsuru, however, asserts that her company can stand on its own two legs, and ends their engagement on the spot. If he attempts to retaliate, then she threatens to bring war between their two companies. A war that she will win in the end. Mitsuru sends her ex-fiancé away crying back to his grandfather, and when she turns back towards us, she's left speechless. Without another word, she runs off back to the dorm. Feeling bad for how our last interaction went, Mitsuru invites us up to the school roof the next time we see her, where we can speak alone. She nervously apologizes to us, not for seeing her get into an argument with her now ex-fiancé, but for running away from us afterwards. She's also rather embarrassed that she yelled out her feelings about us in front of other people, but the truth is that we've expanded the borders of her world, and helped her experience life in a new way. Her position as a Kirijo means that word of her true feelings can't really get out, but having said them aloud to us has helped ease the burden on her shoulders. For our final hangout, Mitsuru invites us into our room, where the expensive furniture makes it look like a more private and more expensive version of the lounge. We talk for hours before Mitsuru remembers something she wanted to give us and hands over the key to her motorcycle. She doesn't want to run away from her future and doesn't think of her motorcycle as a means of escape anymore. Still, Mitsuru feels a little bad she hasn't ridden it in a while and offers to go driving around with us at some point. We'll have to sit in the back though until we can get a license of our own. Once this mess with the dark hour is all over, she offers to take us out and teach us how to drive it. For tonight, however, Mitsuru asks if we can stay just a little bit longer by her side. The social link ends with us unlocking Alilat, a goddess of prosperity from pre-Islamic Arabia. Out of any of Persona 3's social links, my thoughts on Mitsuru's are the most complicated. The story here and the ties to the Empress Arcana is Mitsuru learning that she needs to take care of herself and her own desires rather than living in a rigid box. Feeling trapped and confined by her family's legacy, she hasn't been able to take the time to enjoy herself and hasn't had a future to look forward to due to her position as the new head of the Kirijo group. Mitsuru is so devoted to her responsibilities that she's even willing to sacrifice certain parts of her life, such as a potential marriage, if it means aiding the company. However, there's only so much a person can give of themselves before they start to break down, which is where her fantasies of running off come into play. By the end of the social link, however, Mitsuru no longer holds on to those fantasies. Instead, she learns to become more open to standing up for her own desires, and to invest into one's own self in addition to their larger responsibilities. It has a lot of aspects that I really like. You have an overworked and stressed heir to a company forced to step up after the death of her father. The fantasies of going where she can be free set up her desires rather well to be somewhere that isn't so stifling to her true self, with the motorcycle being a good physical representation of that. She finds a decent middle ground without sacrificing her personal values or her professional responsibilities, and giving us the motorcycle key is a good metaphor for her letting go of those fantasies. Even the marriage angle seems rather fitting, picturing a mother who sacrifices all parts of themselves to sustain their family, adding a tragic twist to the tale until Mitsuru finally stands up for herself. I really want to like Mitsuru's social link, but I just don't. The social link gets joked about online for having the player wait until the last 2 months of the game and reach max knowledge just so they can show the rich girl how to eat a burger, but my problems with the social link go deeper than that. I understand that this is meant to be us seeing a side of Mitsuru she never expresses to the world as we see through her hard shell at the vulnerable woman underneath. However, the Mitsuru presented here and the Mitsuru throughout the story feel like two completely different characters. On one hand, Mitsuru throughout the story is rational, intelligent, and quick on her feet whenever a problem arises. She can be emotional when her guard is down, but there's no point where she feels weak or powerless outside of her struggles with her father's death. Comparing that to Mitsuru in her social link, she's constantly coming across as nervous and uncomfortable. And while it has to do with her putting herself into unfamiliar situations, it's just a bit too jarring for me. It's not completely horrible, and if it were a character other than Mitsuru, I might even say that it's a perfectly fine social link. The issues I have with it arise when it is tied to a character we have gotten to know over the course of the game. There's a certain expectation of her character that isn't quite fulfilled here, and even when we try to attach it to her overall story arc, the plot here goes in a completely different direction. Here, Mitsuru's growth is tied towards her learning to accept her own desires and emotions, and learning she doesn't have to sacrifice herself to keep others happy. It's a more inward-focused lesson as opposed to her larger character arc, which is based around Mitsuru's relationship with the people around her. I love Mitsuru as a character, but that's only when I ignore her social link and how disconnected it feels from the rest of her character. Unfortunately, that makes it easily the worst of the party social links and one of the weaker ones overall. The original Persona 3 had 18 social links for the player to explore as they saw fit, with an optional storyline for each card of the Tarot's major arcana, barring the Fool, Death, Judgment, and the World. We've now covered 17 of those social links, and I promise for you all that I have saved the best one for last. This social link is one that, personally, is my favorite social link of all of Persona 3. I believe that without a shadow of a doubt that Persona 3's Sun Arcana is not only the most beautiful side story across every iteration of the game, but also the best social link of the entire Persona series. A lot of other social links tangentially relate back to the game's themes in one way or another. Mitsuko and Bunkichi decided to move on from the grief of their son, Maya decided to face her life head-on instead of hiding from it, and even Hidetoshi questioned the kind of person he wanted to be remembered as. But through the Sun Arcana, we probably have our closest brush with the game's core question: what impact will we have on other people once we die? The Sun Arcana is a symbol of happiness and of the vitality and joy spread amongst people. There is a purity that can be found here in the Arcana's optimism and innocence, and that's something that everyone needs every now and again. Upright, these values are expressed in abundance, as though a person is radiating like the sun with their happiness and their warmth. Their self-fulfillment inspires others around them and draws more in so they may bask in the sun's glow. Reversed, it's almost as though the clouds have begun to cover the sun. Optimism is hard to find, and progress is stalled without the warmth and the light within oneself. It allows frustration and apathy to settle in as one's enthusiasm ebbs and fades, but no cloud lingers around forever, and soon enough the sun returns to light up our life. We are first introduced to the Sun Arcana through Maiko's social link, where during one of our hangouts, she introduces us to Striped Shirt. When a man in a striped shirt arrives, Maiko can tell he looks a little sick, and the man initially confirms that to be the case before revealing he had just been joking with her to mess with her. Maiko runs off, giving us a moment to chat with the man before she returns and asks to go get takoyaki. The man politely refuses her offer to join us before wandering away. If we return to the shrine on a Sunday, once the year is half over, we can find the man sitting on a bench thinking up poetry. Unfortunately, he can't write down any of the words as he lost his red ink pen a short while ago. Luckily for us, the pen was found by Koromaru, and after taking it back one evening, we can find the man again on a following Sunday to return it to him. He'll allow us to sit with him for a short while, his poetic words echoing the torment he feels each and every day. He lies confined to a hospital bed, barely able to breathe, except for the few days he's allowed to leave and let the sun shine on his face. The man's name is Akanari Kamiki, and very soon, he will die. He was born with a genetic disease with no known cure, and while the rarity of it means no one else can truly know what he's going through, Akanari prefers it that way. He would not wish this pain on anyone else, and after taking a moment's pause, Akanari apologizes. He hadn't meant to make the conversation so depressing, but it's been a while since he's talked to someone around his own age. He's appreciative of our meeting here today, intending to thank God for giving him this opportunity once he goes to meet him. However, he tells us not to come meet with him again. We only get one life, and Akanari would rather we didn't waste it talking to someone who's already dead. However, despite Akanari's expectations, we come back to see him. We're different from the others around him, as his friends, his family, and those he meets all treat him with kindness and sympathy. They don't really treat him like a person, just a thing to be pitied. Akanari, however, doesn't want their pity, as dying is just as natural as breathing. There's nothing to gain from living a long life, as in the end, we all still die. We don't seem to look down on him though, and it fills him with a sense of hope that maybe we'll see each other again someday. For today, however, our meeting is cut short when a coughing fit sends Akanari back towards the hospital. When we see him again next, Akanari is having another coughing fit and asks us to please stay with him until it passes. We sit by his side as the coughing fades, and he thanks us for staying with him. It's easier to deal with it when he's not alone, and yet that's exactly how he's had to handle it. There's nobody else with this disease, and so nobody else can understand. His legs and heart are too weak to walk through a sunny field, leaving the only thing Akanari can do to pass the time being to count what remaining heartbeats he has left. He questions why he has to die like this, but it's possible that there's no reason for it at all. He is without purpose in life, and so there is no meaning in his death. Even if he could run away from it all, his frail body prevents him from doing so, reminding him that the sand is running thin in his hourglass. When he's alone, it feels as though he could slip away at any moment, and so at Akanari's request, we sit with him a little while longer. When we do sit with him again later, he apologizes for how bad it seemed last time. He became so engrossed in a book that he had accidentally left the window open, allowing the outside chill to seep into his room. He's been reading a lot lately, as it's one of the only ways he can escape his illness. He can get lost in a world outside of his own, but very rarely does he ever finish the story. If he ever did, the tale would be over, the world would cease to be, and Akanari would be left alone, back within the hospital. He gets so lost in the worlds of books that he's feeling especially tired during our following visit, as he stayed up all night reading. He normally can't sleep as the illness keeps him up and thought he would take a chance, and actually appreciates when we reprimand him for his actions rather than sending him back to go rest. However, he wanted to speak with us today about something that's been on his mind. He likes to read tales of hope and heroism, but the truth is that those stories were written for other people. It feels almost selfish of him to read those books, and Akanari realizes he's been selfish with our time too. We're always coming to visit him, and that eats up our valuable time. It's such a precious thing that Akanari believes is wasted on him, and yet that's what he appreciates about us. We're willing to offer something that can never be taken back. Having come to respect our opinions, he opens our next conversation by talking about a book he decided to begin writing. Within a forest of green, a pink alligator was born, and his unusual color gifted him a hard life. As he could not hide, he could not hunt, and so the pink alligator spent his days alone and hungry. The other animals, believing him to be cursed, would avoid the pink alligator until one day he made a friend. A bird, unable to fly, would spend its days on the alligator's back, practicing and fantasizing about soaring through the skies. It's all he's written so far, and asks for our opinions on it. Since it's the first book he's tried writing, Akanari was worried it would be awful, but finds comfort in it regardless. He's not writing it for anyone but himself, as our conversation from the other day inspired him. If he can find some meaning in his life, then perhaps he can put it into the book for others to read and understand. Other books are written for those with life to live. This book would be for someone whose life would end before it had the chance to truly begin. That means, however, Akanari can't die just yet, not until the story has been finished. We can find him next Sunday writing in his diary, and picks up the story where he left off last time. Having found a friend, the pink alligator was very happy and would spend his days in the river, listening to the birds' songs. However, he was still unable to catch food due to his color and grew unbearably hungry. That hunger made him feel increasingly dizzy until one day, as the bird slept in his mouth, the alligator accidentally ate his friend. Realizing what he had done, the alligator drank a bunch of swamp water to vomit his friend back up, but it was already too late. The bird was dead. Distraught, the alligator refused to eat anything at all after that. The story is not over yet, as Akanari can't decide on an ending to the tale, and while it may be rather depressing, the words were drawn from Akanari's own experiences. Life is often depressing, and that's why he reveals that it wasn't his diary he was writing in, but rather it's his will. It's being written in the same notebook as his story, as both are a way for him to scream his frustrations out into the world. He's hoping that we get the chance to read it when it's done, as we're the reason he's writing it in the first place. It's just hard to come up with a satisfying ending, and so Akanari returns to the hospital for the day. When Akanari has another coughing fit, we stay by his side until at last his body has calmed down. It's only then that he admits that he stopped taking his medication. All it did was numb the pain, but it's been leaving Akanari feeling drowsy and unable to write. He's devoted to his writing, but the reason he's having a hard time with the ending is because he hasn't found his true meaning in life. He'll start to write before erasing it and trying again, never finding himself satisfied with it. The vision is clearer when he's with us, and Akanari comes to the realization that this book is his way of trying to find meaning. He hopes that we'll have a bit more time to hang out once the book is finished. However, his final haunting words, before leaving for the hospital, is but a statement of fact. The sun will be setting soon. When we meet with Akanari, he walks as a free man. No longer is he a patient at the hospital, as his body is too weak for surgery, and he declined taking any more pain medication. Now he's just waiting to die, but feels a little less lonely about it now. We're all waiting to die. Some of us just take a longer road before we do, and yet death comes for us all. He stares at us for a while, wanting to remember our face when the moment finally comes, but reassures us the story is almost done. He's feeling rather tired right now and heads on home, but promises we can read the story when next we meet. That meeting with Akanari, however, would prove to be our last. He was waiting at our usual spot for us now that he's found the perfect ending. After the alligator ate his friend, he cried and cried and cried. He cried so much he drowned in his own tears. Those tears, however, became a beautiful lake, with flowers growing nearby and a tree with delicious fruit. The other animals came there to relax, never knowing what the pink alligator had done or that he was even gone at all. Even if the alligator could not find meaning in his life, others did once he was gone. It's the perfect ending because, according to Akanari, that's what his life is. His meaning is not for him to find, but for those he leaves behind. Our meaning is something we make, but can never find ourselves as we connect with and depend on other people throughout life. He questions if we understand what he's trying to say before motioning down to his notebook. It is the only worldly possession he is leaving behind and wants to leave it with us. It's the least Akanari can do, as he shared the last of his memories with us. As he stands up, his body feels lighter than it has in a while, his lungs much clearer. Akanari thanks us for our talks and for entertaining his thoughts on the meaning of life. He expresses how happy he was to have been born, gifting us the ability to fuse Ashura, the powerful demons and demigods of Hindu and Buddhist faith. Akanari tells us that he has to leave now, hoping that one day we'll meet again. After that, his image fades into the sunlight, leaving us alone atop the shrine. I honestly don't know where to begin with talking about Akanari's story. It's always one that brings a tear to my eyes, and a big part of that is the message of the story. A message that the social link shares with the game overall. Purpose and meaning in our lives is not something we find at the end of the road. It's not something we can achieve. Instead, the meaning of our lives is measured in the impact we leave on others, even long after we've left this world for the next. This is most apparent through the story of the pink alligator, whose difference makes him a rather clear metaphor for Akanari himself. Both struggled with a genetic defect since birth, which left them ostracized from the rest of society, suffering all alone. However, the alligator met a bird who he saw kinship with, as Akanari found a kinship with Makoto himself. A lot of other social links I feel could be swapped around between games and still make sense. Whether it's Makoto helping a person, or Yu from Persona 4, or Ren from Persona 5. Akanari, however, is a little different. While a mostly silent protagonist, Makoto does have a personality of his own, being rather apathetic towards life itself, and it's that outlook that Akanari found someone who could relate to him. The two of them grew close until both the alligator and Akanari made a mistake. The alligator killing the bird isn't meant to be taken literally, in my opinion. Rather, the death of the bird represents the time Akanari has stolen from Makoto by hanging out with him, and that's not something Akanari can take back, so he turned towards writing the book. Thus, our actions are weighed after we die. The alligator died, but created a tranquil haven in the forest. The bird died, but the alligator never would have experienced joy and loss without him. Makoto's time may be lost, but it inspired Akanari to write. Akanari may be gone, but he would not be forgotten by the world. His story, and thus his philosophy on the meaning of life, would live on. In Persona 4, during Kanji's social link, a reference is made to a pink alligator, which Kanji recognizes as having come from a book. Even if he never knew the author, Akanari's words still reached him after his passing. The same is true of Nanako through the main storyline, meaning it wasn't just one person who Akanari managed to touch, but his words managed to reach multiple people. The book is also the driving force behind the upwriting of Akanari's Arcana. In the beginning of the story, Akanari is angry and bitter about the world, the people around him, and the cruelty of his circumstances. He is pessimistic and despises the pitied stares he receives and the fact that his body is too weak to escape it. He desperately searches for a reason as to why he was born, why he was cursed to live a short and painful life, and it's in his search that Akanari is inspired to write. The first two sections of the story are rather depressing, much like Akanari's life up to that point, but his outlook on it all does start to shift. Akanari becomes calmer, more introspective throughout the social link, and more at peace with what is to come. He's accepted his death, and the last few hangouts are him coming to terms with it all. The story he writes is to make himself happy. He writes out his final will, and he stopped taking his medication so that he can wait out the end. He's no longer cursing his very existence. Instead, he's feeling blessed he was born at all, so that he might briefly experience life's fleeting beauty. The social link also loves to play with the theme of the sun itself in a number of ways. The most obvious is the fact that Akanari is only available to talk on Sundays, a day named in honor of the sun itself, but it doesn't end there. The theme takes a darker turn when Akanari states that the sun will be setting soon, sensing his own impending death, and the part where Akanari disappears is explicitly stated to be in the sunlight in the portable edition. To talk a bit more about the final part of the social link, we can tell before the ending that the Akanari we are speaking to is already dead. During each hangout, Akanari coughs and wheezes throughout, both in his speech and in his animations. It's a consistent part of his character up until that final hangout. There, Akanari speaks evenly and calmly, never coughing or wheezing through the entire encounter. It would seem that after leaving us the day he left the hospital, Akanari would pass away within the following week. Whether he finished the story before he died or after it, I don't think I can say for certain, although I think the evidence point towards the latter. Akanari wanted the ending to have some parallel to the meaning of his own life, and in Akanari's own words, that meaning won't be apparent until after we die. It's a story that sticks in my head long after I've finished the social link, beaten the game, and turned off the console, and I think at the end of the day, that's the true message behind Akanari's social link. The meaning of his life are the memories he leaves behind of the people whose lives he touched, whether directly or indirectly. He directly touched Makoto's heart through his time with him, he indirectly touched the hearts of others through his book, and he left his mark on the players through just how tragic, thought-provoking, and beautiful his story was. It is by far the best social link ever written in a Persona game. It is the last of the social links to be covered from the original release of Persona 3, and I do not believe I could have finished them off with a more fitting tribute to the game's themes and story overall, and exploration of what it is that gives purpose to our lives. Returning our attention back towards the party and the endless climb through Tartarus, we can now take a look at two of the remaining personas that are left to cover. This includes Mitsuru's ultimate persona, Artemisia, and her ties towards the Empress Arcana throughout the course of the story. Artemisia was the queen of Halicarnassus in the kingdom of Caria, which now resides within modern-day Turkey. She ascended to the throne following the death of her husband, as despite having a male heir by the name of Pisandelus, he was far too young to take the throne. She would become a close ally of the Persian king Xerxes, which would eventually bring her into conflict with the Greeks during the Second Persian invasion. When Xerxes' demands for tribute were denied by the Greeks, he summoned his allies and advisors to him to begin preparations for retaliation. Many of them advised Xerxes to launch a naval attack against the Greeks, with the exception of Artemisia, who pointed out the enemy had a superior navy. Instead, she suggested keeping the fleets close to the shore and launching a siege against Peloponnese. Xerxes praised Artemisia for her advice, but launched a naval assault regardless. Thus began the Battle of Salami, with the Persian armies attempting to invade Greece via the seas. They were swiftly overpowered, but the ships beneath Artemisia's command dominated the waves. Besides the ships that hailed from Sidon, Artemisia's forces became some of the most feared in the battle. However, with the tides turning against the Persians, Artemisia's own ship became the target of those from Athens, who began to ruthlessly hunt her down. As she retreated, she found herself cornered against her allies' ships, and rather than allowing herself to be captured, Artemisia came up with a treacherous plan. Taking down the Persian flag, Artemisia raised the flag of the Greeks before ramming into the ships of one of her allies. The allied ship would sink and all of its crew would perish to allow Artemisia to escape from the Athenians, and when she returned to Xerxes, he praised her among the best of his admirals. He would consult her about their next course of action, to which Artemisia suggested retreating to Asia. Their objective here had already been accomplished, as Athens had already been burned to the ground. Much like Penthesilea, Artemisia is another warrior queen to serve as Mitsuru's persona, and I find it rather interesting that both of them sided against the Greeks rather than with them. Each other persona, for the most part, is aligned with Greek history or mythology, and I think Mitsuru breaking that mold has to do with her views on herself. In the case of Penthesilea, it served more as foreshadowing towards Akutsuki's betrayal, as Mitsuru was unknowingly working against her own team, but with Artemisia, it's a reflection of Mitsuru's regret in trusting him. However, I believe Artemisia killing one of her own allies speaks towards a shift in Mitsuru's mentality, especially once she has made up her mind about ending the Dark Hour. Akutsuki's goals were to bring about the fall, which Mitsuru helped to come to pass, but now she is defying those wishes. As for the design, it feels similar to Isis and Juno in that Artemisia is taking the original design and just adding more to it. The overall shape is still the same, with the armored corset, shirt, and cravat carrying over from Penthesilea. The corset now has golden accents to match the armor along Artemisia's shoulders and hips, and curiously, the left breastplate is still heavily reinforced. Although Mitsuru has let others around her get close to her and revealed all of the pain she's kept inside all this time, it may point to there being more she's keeping within her heart. However, even if the breastplate didn't change, there's other signs Mitsuru has opened up and become more of her own person. The original helmet is now gone, replaced with a red mask. With the helmet, Penthesilea felt a lot more faceless, as though Mitsuru thought of herself as nothing but a tool to help end the Dark Hour. Now, however, the face underneath is finally visible, showing off her growing sense of self. The face isn't fully revealed, likely because Mitsuru is living to carry on the wishes of her father even after his death, but she is now taking strides to live for herself. Penthesilea's rapier and parrying dagger have been replaced with some sort of chain whip, and as for why that is, I could not tell you. I haven't been able to find if it's some sort of historical weapon tied to Artemisia, but if I had to make a guess, given the mention of Mitsuru executing people during the Yakushima trip, and her archetype as a sort of ice queen, it feels rather dominatrix-coded. The last major change is the addition of the dress, and I think it ties into Mitsuru's upwriting arcana. Compared to Penthesilea, Artemisia feels much more feminine, and a lot of that comes down to the removing of the mask and the large dress beneath the large spiky belt. The Empress Arcana is a card all about femininity and womanhood, and so doubling down on the more traditionally feminine design leads into this idea. Originally, Mitsuru doesn't feel as though she would be a fit for the Empress Arcana when looking at its actual meaning. Instead, she fits better as the Emperor with her natural leadership skills. She remains calm under pressure and is always keeping herself controlled and composed, and is usually the one planning out the team's operations. However, it's her flaws that ultimately tie her to the Empress. Towards the beginning of the story, Mitsuru displays two seemingly opposing traits that are associated with the Empress in that she is both neglectful and overbearing. She unintentionally restricted the growth of those underneath her by withholding important information and almost treating them as recruits to help her achieve her own goals. She does clearly care for the other members of SEAS, but her relationship with them feels more professional rather than casual. There's a certain level of disconnect between Mitsuru and especially the younger SEAS members. Her and Akihiko share a certain level of respect for each other, but with the exception of Makoto, she doesn't really interact too much with Yukari, Junpei, or Ken unless they directly confront her or interact with her. Fuka stands as the only other exception to this, as Mitsuru heavily relies on her each night as the team's navigator, which does lead into the other side of the reversed Empress. Mitsuru has a tendency to be rather overbearing when it comes to the team's mission of ending the Dark Hour, and that isn't without reason. In the end, the mission is a way to grant peace to her father and wash away her family's sins. However, she brings Makoto onto the team rather quickly after he awakens to his persona, and Fuka even quicker once she's been rescued. While we don't get to see much interaction between Mitsuru and Shinjiro, it is implied during his linked episode that Mitsuru has been just as pushy towards him in the past as Akihiko is shown to be. In the context of the scene, however, it is Mitsuru saying she will allow the choice to return to school to be Shinjiro's rather than her imposing it onto him. Perhaps most importantly to Mitsuru's story arc, however, is that the reversed Empress does not only speak of a person's actions towards others, but towards themselves as well. In Mitsuru's case, she's shown to be rather neglectful of her own feelings and desires, pushing them to stick with her goals of aiding her father. We very rarely see Mitsuru's doubts, anxieties, and insecurities until they are dragged out of her through confrontation or conflict. It isn't until her father's death that Mitsuru drops her well-composed mask, and we can see the pain that lies underneath. She bears the weight of her family, her company, and the world on her shoulders, and she never truly lived for herself. It got to the point that when Takaharu was killed, Mitsuru lost all motivation to keep going. Over the past year, Mitsuru had built a support network around herself who could help her get through such a difficult time, but rather than relying on them, Mitsuru retreated from the other SEAS members and seemingly buried herself in her company's work. When that didn't help, she stopped working at all, as seen with her skipping student council meetings. The likely reason Mitsuru did not turn towards her friends for help was because she didn't think of the SEAS members in that way. She even states as much in Kyoto when she tells Yukari that since they no longer share a common goal, they no longer have a reason to stick together. The upwriting of Mitsuru's arcana comes from abandoning all three of these negative traits, although only two of them are more overtly shown to us. The biggest change comes from Mitsuru learning to live for herself rather than the people around her, which is what triggers Penthesileia's transformation. Having devoted her life to others, and especially to her father's happiness, Mitsuru finds a reason to continue living in carrying on his wishes. Even if he would not get the chance to enjoy it, Mitsuru would experience a world free of the Dark Hour in his place, absolving the sins of her family's past. This change would come from learning to see the people around her not as simply members of her team, but genuine friends who care about her. Even after the Dark Hour would come to an end, that doesn't mean the bonds she had forged would be broken. Rather, she would come out the other side all the stronger for all she had shared with the other SEAS members. We don't really see Mitsuru overcome her overbearing approach to ending the Dark Hour, but that doesn't mean it doesn't happen. Shinjiro states in his linked episode that she's changed since back when he was originally on the team. It's most likely due to the victories the team has had, actually making progress towards their goal, that Mitsuru started to strive less and less to recruit others to her cause, and instead come to rely on the team she had already built. It makes it sound as though Mitsuru's arc is built around her relationships with other people, which would make her a fit for the Lover's Arcana like Yukari. But the key difference is that Mitsuru's story isn't really focused on the relationships themselves. Her bonds didn't need to be mended, and she didn't create or mature any new relationships. Instead, the focus of the relationship part of the story is on Mitsuru's changing views on those specific relationships and what exactly they mean to her. A common criticism of Persona 3 is that the characters feel more like they are teammates rather than friends, and that feels like it's kind of the point of Mitsuru's story especially. By the end, each of the characters become close friends, but with many of the other party members, this happens much earlier. Makoto, Junpei, and Yukari all feel like a trio of friends from the start, with Fuka joining them after she gets recruited. Ken and Akihiko have an almost mentor-mentee relationship following Shinjiro's death. It feels as though through most of the story, Akihiko is the only one that's actually somewhat close to Mitsuru, but the relationship still feels strictly professional. Akihiko simply serves as Mitsuru's second-in-command, but by the end of the story, the cage around Mitsuru's heart opens up. By the end, Mitsuru lets go of the past, as the mistakes of others should not have to weigh her down. Through the people around her, she can finally let go of her family's involvement in the Dark Hour and take some time for herself to simply relax. This relaxing would not need to be done alone, but with the people she's grown close to beyond just their shared goal. Instead, the members of SEAS would be the people she could come to rely on, not just to face Tartarus, but the struggles that simply come with living one's own life. Admittedly, one of the harder personas to look into was Junpei's ultimate persona, Trismegistus, as there aren't really any myths about him. Instead, Trismegistus is the combination of two gods from different mythologies in order to create a unique figure of esotericism and wisdom. These two gods would be both Hermes, the god of messengers and Junpei's original persona, and Thoth, the Egyptian god of knowledge. With these two ideas in mind, Trismegistus is the god of keeping and distributing knowledge, specifically knowledge considered to be sacred or divine. Much like Prometheus granting fire to mankind, Trismegistus is the one credited with writing the Hermetica. This book is a collection of technical, religious, and philosophical knowledge relating to astrology, alchemy, medicine, magic, and a number of other esoteric topics. This would become the backbone of Hermeticism, a collection of various religious or philosophical beliefs and practices. Many of these beliefs place emphasis on the dual nature between the heavens and the earth, as above, so below, with Trismegistus being a sage of ancient wisdom that bridges these two realms. The name Trismegistus is the shorthand for Hermes Trismegistus, with the second part of the name actually translating to thrice great. The meaning behind this is a bit speculative, as it could refer to Trismegistus as the greatest of threes, such as a great king, priest, and philosopher, or it may refer to his devout belief in the Holy Trinity of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. With Trismegistus being another form of Hermes, it doesn't feel as though it is quite as direct of a change as many of the other ultimate personas, with the exceptions of Yukari and Igus. Even then, Trismegistus is essentially just Hermes with a few extra features. The bird head replacing the helmet links to Thoth, who is historically depicted with the head of an ibis bird, and the wings on his back may either lean into the bird imagery, or relate to the feather of truth Thoth uses to judge the dead. However, Trismegistus works for Junpei in a number of aspects, the first of which is that he has come to learn divine knowledge. Many characters lose loved ones over Persona 3 or have the death of someone close be integral to their storylines, but Junpei is the only character who forms a deep and meaningful connection with someone within the story itself, only to later lose them and grow from the experience. The divine wisdom, then, is the lesson that we are impacted by people who come into our lives, and that impact remains even after they are gone. That impact actually extends into Junpei's persona, as Trismegistus's color scheme is reminiscent of Medea's. When Hermes transforms, it adopts the red and white with gold accents that Medea had, and while there is the narrative reason for that, with Chidori leaving a piece of herself behind, it may also have another explanation tied to the transformation itself. Both reasons tie into Junpei's role as the Magician Arcana, which is all about willpower and action. As opposed to the High Priestess, the Magician is much more oriented towards external direction in contrast to inward reflection, and Junpei definitely fits with that idea. He can be rather impulsive and reckless, such as when he charged at the Priestess's shadow on the monorail, but this in and of itself isn't why Junpei's Arcana is reversed at the start of the story. Instead, it is the reasons behind his actions as Junpei strives to fight against the Dark Hour at the head of the team. As the first to rush into danger, that also means he'd be the one leading the charge. And all throughout the early portions of the story, that is exactly what Junpei wishes. He wants to be the one that is leading the team to victory using his own natural talent, but is constantly passed over in favor of Makoto. Even outside of the Dark Hour, Junpei is the one that is always pushing those around him to follow him into other areas he's passionate about, such as convincing everyone to head to the beach right after arriving at Yakushima, or bringing Makoto and Akihiko into his quest to pick up girls. His reasons for doing all of this are rather selfish, however, as Junpei only wants to be the inspiring and courageous hero and leader for the personal glory and admiration of those around him that such a title brings. This leads him to make even more reckless decisions whenever things don't go his way, as this opportunity to become someone important is all Junpei feels as though he has in his life. Being the hero is his purpose, which is what makes it so hard for him after all his efforts end in failure. Whether it's exploring Tartarus, fighting shadows, or even just navigating everyday life, Makoto always seems to be a few steps ahead of Junpei, earning all of the praise Junpei feels he's rightfully owed. And, in all honesty, that's part of what makes Junpei one of my favorite characters not just in Persona 3, but also across the rest of the franchise. Across each Persona game, there are some archetypes that naturally spring up. For instance, Mitsuru shares a lot of similarities with Naoto from Persona 4, and Makoto from Persona 5, as all three characters are the brains of their respective groups. Similarly, Aigis, and to a lesser extent Koromaru, is a non-human mascot character alongside Teddy and Morgana. Junpei exists within the male best friend archetype alongside Yukari as his opposite, which would be positions held by Yosuke and Chie in Persona 4, and Ryoji and On in Persona 5. Beyond just being the first few characters we are introduced to, they tend to play off each other rather well, and form a unique dynamic within the group when the protagonist is brought into the picture. Now, to be clear, I like both Yosuke and Ryoji within their respective stories. Both of them feel like genuine friends with Yu and Ren in different yet equally interesting ways, but what sets Junpei apart from them in my mind is the fact that he actually has some conflict with Makoto. It helps him feel like a more organic character in my mind, as his own doubts and jealousy cause Junpei at numerous points in the story to drive a wedge between himself and the player. This eventually calms down after Junpei comes to terms with why he feels the way he does. The only reason why he feels second best to Makoto is because he doesn't feel as though anything else within his life matters, and it would be within a month's time that would begin to change. After Junpei meets Chidori and starts to hang out with her, he starts to think more about the people he's actually protecting, rather than what victory would do to his own ego. Once Chidori was placed into the hospital, however, Junpei's compass would begin to turn. He had the drive and the will to create action, but it shifted from the Dark Hour towards spending more time with Chidori. He practically spends all of his free time with her when he is able to, and it's almost like she becomes his goal. Protecting Chidori and staying by her side becomes more of Junpei's priority. He still doesn't know what he wants to do with his life or know where it's going, but that's not what's important at the moment. Instead, it's talking more with the girl that he likes and offering her as much of his time as she will accept. The desire to be a hero becomes a desire to save her from her trauma, which is where things tragically come full circle by the end of November. When Junpei stands up for Chidori, attempting to be her knight, saving her from the cruelty of Strega, he is killed by Takaya. It is the first time his heroics are done for another person he cares about rather than personal glory, and for it, Junpei is shot through the chest. However, Chidori would sacrifice herself to save him, and what exactly is happening is made a bit more explicitly clear in the portable edition as well as Reload. Hermes does not simply transform into Trismegistus, but actually fuses with Medea in order to become something greater. This would be the reason for the shift in Trismegistus' color scheme, but more importantly, it would mean that Chidori would forever live on within Junpei's heart. It's likely why the upwriting of Junpei's Arcana does not actually happen when Hermes transforms, but instead a week later, when he is given the opportunity to see Chidori's sketchbook. Without his reason to keep moving, Junpei falls into a standstill, simply staying in his room all day. It isn't until the other SEAS members snap him out of it and remind him that he should continue living, that Junpei finally completes his arc. It's done with a simple handshake to Makoto, and a vow that no matter what happens, he will have his best friends back. By the story's end, Junpei is still living for himself, just as he was in the beginning, but his reasons for doing so are less selfish. Where Junpei originally wished to be a great hero so that he could catch the praise of his teammates, now Junpei lives his life so as to not let Chidori's sacrifice be in vain. She would have wanted him to appreciate the time she could not have, and to waste his days would be a disservice to her sacrifice. So long as Junpei lives, Chidori will never truly be forgotten, and that brings me to one of the last things I want to mention about his character. In terms of gameplay, Chidori's influence can be felt through the passive bonus unlocked by Trismegistus, that being Spring of Life. It is the same passive ability Chidori had access to during her fight, restoring 8% of Junpei's health at the start of every turn. It helps to make it feel as though Chidori's ability for healing is still helping Junpei move forward, but we can also take it a step further. In Reload, each character unlocks Theurgy attacks which serve as ultimate moves that each character can perform. Each character starts off with one Theurgy when they are unlocked and earn a second one when their persona transforms. In the case of Junpei, he unlocks Blaze of Life once Hermes becomes Trismegistus, which deals a massive amount of fire damage and heals Junpei back up to full health. The fire damage comes in through the ultimate attack itself, but once it's all over, we can see the last sparks of Chidori's spirit being the one to actually heal Junpei. The last traces of her soul that remained as Medea left her body to live on within her own personal hero. When New Year's Eve comes at last, Seas would already be assembled within the lounge by the time Ryoji arrived. Soon midnight will come and he will take on a form that is wholly unrecognizable. Before that happens, he lets them know he will be waiting in Makoto's room, leaving them one last opportunity to come to a decision. He asks that they not let the fact that they have to kill him influence their decision, as he will be disappearing anyways once midnight arrives. Once Ryoji is gone, each of the members of Seas reaffirm their decision. Each and every one of them have agreed to face Nyx without fear and without regret, and so they send Makoto off to speak with Ryoji in private. When Makoto arrives, Ryoji points out that it's been quite a while since they've spoken here. A lot has changed since then, especially Ryoji himself, and he can already tell that the team has all agreed to let him live. However, they aren't here now. It's just Makoto and Ryoji, and the final choice lies with the two of them. If Makoto kills Ryoji now, everyone will wake up tomorrow as a normal high school student, ignorant to the Dark Hour, Tartarus, Nyx, and the Fall. They can live in peace until the end. If he doesn't, then they will all live in fear, tormented by the inevitable. Nyx cannot be overcome. Death awaits them no matter the choice. We are now given the choice as to what to do, and we reaffirm the group's decision to let Ryoji live. Seeing how his words could not change our minds, Ryoji plays one final gambit, and it is here that I want to take a step back and look over Ryoji as a character. Through the social link with Pharos, Ryoji has an arcana of his own, and thus he has qualities of the tarot that are represented throughout his story. That arcana is death, and while the arcana works on the surface level, given Ryoji's true nature, it also speaks to his growth as a character. The death arcana is not just about mortality, but instead, it is about the concept of the end, the closing of a door and the ending to a story. However, endings are not a bad thing. When one door closes, another one opens. When one story ends, another begins. Sometimes the fields must be cleared to allow for new growth to develop, and in the upright position, death tells us that it is time to move on from the past. In doing so, we will find ourselves within a period of transformation, stepping into the future without the attachments that held us back. Reversed, the Death Arcana speaks to resistance and an inability to let go. Sometimes we cling to our unhealthy attachments too tightly, allowing ourselves to stagnate and rot. It's natural for us as people to fear change, but change by itself is not a bad thing. It is simply different. Yes, Ryoji is the Death Arcana, as within the story, he and Nyx are meant to represent the concept of death. Where Nyx is the final threshold, Ryoji is the warning call. The signs our body may be telling us that the end approaches. Death may be inescapable, but we can choose to live in ignorance of it if we so wish. Death will come as it may, and there is no use in fighting it. Yet there's more to Ryoji's arcana than that surface level, as the core of the Death Arcana, the thing that it is concerned with bringing to its end, is attachment, and attachment is the heart of Ryoji's story. While he dwelt within Makoto's heart, as Pharos, Ryoji was given the opportunity to see the world of the living through the eyes of someone actually living it. He viewed it as an observer, but he became more intimately aware of what death actually means and what is lost when a person dies. Through Makoto's conversations with Pharos, he began to question the nature of life and of attachments, wondering why people try to connect with one another as they do, why we, as people, seek out one another. Despite his questions, he seeks out a closer companionship with Makoto, their bond forming and deepening with each great shadow that is defeated. The more Pharos remembers, the more it conflicts with what he has seen through Makoto's eyes, and the more he contemplates upon the nature of death. When the 12 Arcana are at last reunited within himself, Pharos assumes the physical form of Ryoji, and enters the waking world to live among humanity. He had seen life through Makoto's eyes, and even if he did not realize it at the time, Ryoji now had his chance to experience it firsthand. He's a very flirtatious character, talking with women wherever he goes, and I think part of that is his way of seeking connection. Ryoji is a character attempting to understand the human condition, and part of that is trying to learn just why people bond with one another. The game never delves too deeply into some of these relationships he forms with the girls he meets, and I think it's because many of these relationships are superficial. He's seeking out as many people as he can in order to better understand what a relationship is, but as November passes by, the story shows him hanging out with the party more and more. He spends time with them at the dorm, during the trip to Kyoto, and even gets time with Makoto one-on-one in his Linked episode, where the theme of relationships is further explored. Ryoji grapples with why people make lifelong bonds when it just makes it so much harder to say goodbye when a person dies, but I think beneath the surface he's beginning to understand. We see less of Ryoji flirting with random girls as he bonds more with the party, as though he's deepening his relationship with them. Their bond is not one that is superficial, but a true friendship that was beginning to form. He did not have much time to deepen that bond, really only getting close with Junpei and Makoto, but the other members seem to enjoy having him around, with the exception of Aigis. It's because of this that Ryoji gives the party the choice. He has begun to grow attached to the people around him, seeing them as people that laugh, cry, and love one another, and inevitably he started to feel empathy towards them. By the time he remembered his true nature, Ryoji did not wish to see his friends suffer, and his offer to allow them all to live in ignorance is what he considers to be a mercy. In a way, Ryoji also has a persona of his own, and it has been one that has been in the back of our minds since the beginning of the game, ever since Makoto woke up to his powers. While Orpheus would be the manifestation of Makoto's psyche, its emergence would also awake the dormant powers of death within him, and Ryoji would emerge as Thanatos, the personification of death. Unlike Hades, who is the god of the dead and is thus tasked with watching over the underworld, Thanatos is death itself. He is the embodiment of peaceful death, a mirror to his sisters, the Kyries, the embodiments of violent death, and served as a psychopomp guiding the souls of the dead to the banks of the river Styx. As death itself, Thanatos was indiscriminate and fair, claiming all mortal souls given time. From the mightiest of kings to the lowliest of slaves, all would take his hand one day and be brought to the threshold of final judgment. As a child of Nyx, the embodiment of night, Thanatos had a number of siblings who were mostly personifications of negative concepts. These include Moros, the embodiment of doom, Nemesis, the embodiment of retribution, and Hypnos, the embodiment of sleep. Over the centuries, Thanatos has been depicted in numerous ways, but rarely is he ever ugly. Instead, Thanatos is often portrayed as a beautiful man akin to a winged angel, dressed in black robes. It is likely this is where the imagery of an angel of death comes from, giving rise to the iconography of the Grim Reaper. It is Thanatos that Pharos gifts us with being able to fuse once he says his goodbyes, and it is the form Ryoji takes now within Makoto's room. He's not human like us and will call down death upon this world if he is allowed to. Makoto should not hesitate to kill him, and so we're presented with one last choice of how we wish to proceed. This is where Ryoji's Arcana comes into play, although it is not necessarily his character who is moving from the reversed into the upright position. Instead, Ryoji is attempting to make that change happen within Makoto. From Ryoji's point of view, Makoto is stuck within the reversed death position. He is holding on to his attachment to his memories despite the harm that they will cause him before the end, and it's a form of unnecessary suffering. His goal here, then, is to convince Makoto to let go of this attachment. If death is inevitable and there is no way to overcome this fate, then an attachment to these memories of the last year is holding him back. However, those memories come with the bonds that Makoto has formed over that time, and so what Ryoji is asking Makoto to do is to sever his connections with the people around him. Then it will be much easier to say goodbye when the time finally comes. This would be the uprighting of the Arcana, severing the old bonds that are bringing harm, and allowing Makoto to move on with his life free of pain. However, this also runs contrary to the core message of the game. A life well lived is one lived with other people, and so in a way, Ryoji and Makoto are mirrors of one another, as though Ryoji is Makoto's shadow. If this were the beginning of the story, I don't find it hard to believe Makoto would have accepted the offer without giving it too much thought. He lived his life alone and without the bonds of family and friendship. He was simply drifting through life, apathetic to everything around him. After coming to Iwatodai, however, and joining Seas, Makoto slowly began to learn to appreciate life. He fought for a future he did not used to believe in, and he began to make friends all around the city. He learned to place his trust in those around him, and over the last 9 months he made memories with his friends. Many of them were bad, such as watching Shinjiro die and being betrayed by Akutsuki, but there are many more that are of a lighter note. Hanging out with the team, going to the beach at Yakushima, exploring Kyoto with everyone, and just being present in everyone's lives. Both Ryoji and Makoto went from being people who saw life and death as no big deal, and each has grown into people who view the bonds of friendship and community with a new lens. This is what it means to be alive, to be human. And now Ryoji is asking Makoto to toss that all away to spare himself from pain. Now we are given the option of whether or not Makoto is the type of person who fully embraces life and lives to the fullest, or chooses to hide away from suffering. The decision is ultimately left in our hands, and that means, if we truly wish, we can kill Ryoji. Doing so will lead towards the end of the game, skipping ahead towards the following spring. This is the game's bad ending, where we see the last day of the school year. Aigis is left alone, her memories the only ones intact, with Makoto, Junpei, and Yukari on their way towards the closing ceremony. There, Mitsuru is giving the end-of-year speech as the school's valedictorian, and the trio make plans to meet up together for karaoke later. It's all very normal. There are no mentions of shadows, or of the dark hour, or of the fall. If anything, the erasure of their memory seems to have somewhat delayed that event, but in doing so, Seas is divided. Aigis is alone, Akihiko and Mitsuru are simply senior students living in the dorm, and Fuka, Ken, and Koromaru are nowhere to be found. The truth of Shinjiro's death has been forgotten. The sacrifices that have been made up until this point have been meaningless. Without their memories, the members of Seas become completely different people. The growth they had undergone no longer remains, and they stand helpless before the gates of eternity. The world simply fades into gray, and all life ends. It's instantaneous. No fear, no sadness, no pain. All at once, every human loses their will to live, and the world turns cold, lifeless, and dead. We return to the earth from whence we came, and humanity goes extinct. We do not see it happen. Instead, the final cinematic plays out and stops with the colors fading away and the story ending. This is the moment, I believe, when Nyx made contact with Earth and the coffin lid closed shut. Life continued as normal until all of a sudden, it didn't, and nobody was left the wiser. This is the fate that awaits us should we make that choice. Should Makoto accept Ryoji's offer and accept the bleak future of his twisted, uprighted arcana. There will be no suffering, but there will be no future to inherit. Instead, we return to that room on New Year's Eve, and showing the strength of his resolve, the faith he has in the future, and his conviction that the relationships he has forged mean something to him, Makoto rejects the offer. Reluctantly, Ryoji would accept Makoto's decision and return to his human form. Since he and the others seem so insistent on facing the end, he will respect their decision, and leads Makoto back to the lounge to inform everyone on how they can confront Nyx. Reunited with the party once more, Ryoji expresses his disappointment in this outcome, but everyone is still insistent in their choice. Even if Nyx is impossible to defeat, the party wishes to fight until the very end, and seeing as midnight is almost upon them, Ryoji gets straight to the point. On January 31st, the promised day, Nyx will descend from the heavens and arrive atop Tartarus. If they wish to meet her, then they will need to climb to the uppermost floors of the tower before then. This is the purpose that both Tartarus and the Appriser exist for, to facilitate the return of the maternal being. Ryoji ushers her into this world, and Tartarus rises up to welcome her. However, if the party can reach the top and meet her during her arrival, they may have the opportunity to face her. Otherwise, she will descend through Tartarus and the world will end. This is why it was called the Tower of Demise, and Ryoji warns them that when they finally confront her, they will at last understand his words. Mitsuru reassures him that they do understand and won't forget the date as Ryoji's time comes to its close. As he turns away, Ryoji apologizes to Aigis for all of the pain he put her through, and Aigis reassures him that while he may have been her enemy, she will remember him as a friend. Having said his final piece, he says his goodbye to the party and gives them his best wishes for the new year. After that, he would walk out through the door, dissipating into the night. It is at this point that the Fool Arcana comes to its close. The story of seas has finally met its end, and we may fuse Susanoo, a powerful god of the seas, in Japanese mythology. However, we now gain access to the final automatic social link, that being the Judgment Arcana. From their resolve, seas is no more. In its place, the Nyx Annihilation team awaits the coming of the end. The following day, the new year begins, and with the heavy news of what lies at the end of the month, the world feels colder and more desaturated. Makoto and Akihiko would be the first of the guys up, with Ken joining shortly afterwards to wish the two of them a happy new year. The phrase feels hollow at the moment, but the sentiment remains as a sort of comfort. Junpei would head down soon after, having overslept a bit from watching a movie all night, and Ken would bring up the New Year's festival. While Akihiko and Junpei are initially reluctant, Ken mentions how the girls had already gone ahead to visit the shrine, all dressed up in kimonos. This finally catches Junpei's attention, and as he goes to wander off, Akihiko calls him out on it. Rather than shutting him down, however, Akihiko agrees to go for a walk to the shrine alongside him, with Ken and Makoto agreeing to tag along as well. When the guys all arrive, the girls wander over, all dressed up, and tell them that they were just about to get ready to head back to the dorm. Junpei fawns over each of the girls while they stand there feeling rather embarrassed, and were given the opportunity to walk around the shrine. Much like the day at the beach, we can stay here for as long as we'd like, hanging out and talking with everyone before moving on. It's a brief opportunity to enjoy the time we're spending with everyone else after the heaviness of the previous month, and before the trials that lay yet ahead. Those trials lie within the uppermost reaches of Tartarus, and only now does the top block open itself to us. This is Adama, the final block, and over the next month the party would ascend through its floors. This is also where the Judgment social link will be automatically leveled up, with each mini-boss faced earning another rank. The crystalline walls of this place make it feel otherworldly and mystical, as though one were ascending through a heavenly place. It gives the block and the enemies therein a certain level of awe and power, as they are the gatekeepers to Nyx herself. All would be overcome so that once January 31st arrived, the party would be ready to face the fall. Around Iwatodai, however, things have begun to grow rather bleak. Flyers and graffiti litter the walls and ground around the city, and the people all seem to have a rather somber and contemplative feel to them, as though they can sense the coming of the fall. This is, in truth, the case, as the posters are all the work of a doomsday cult that has sprung up all over the city. Somehow they have learned of the coming of the end, and have begun spreading the word that all of humanity will soon perish. That doesn't mean everyone has given up quite yet, however, and once the winter break is over and everyone returns to school again, Junpei asks Makoto to come with him to the school roof. Looking out over the waters of the surrounding ocean, he admits that he's never really thought about his future, but now he's wondering if he'll have the chance to live it. The world has gone crazy lately, most likely due to the influence of the shadows, with people going missing or falling to apathy syndrome. Not only that, but now the Doomsday Cult has begun spreading the word of the fall, and the last two members of Strega are still prowling around somewhere. Junpei never could have imagined the world would come to this, and yet last spring he never could have thought he would forge a bond so strong with Makoto that he would face death alongside him. Their situation hasn't fully hit him yet, but that doesn't mean they can afford to just roll over and wait for the end to come for them. Junpei invited Makoto to vow that the two of them will always be friends even after the business with Nyx has come to an end, staying by each other's sides even as they fight death itself. It wouldn't be until a few nights later that Junpei would approach Makoto again as he returned to the dorm, and would invite Makoto to join him and the rest of the team in going to Hagakure. It'll be on Akihiko's dime, as he had lost the bet they had made in Yakushima when Makoto managed to pick up Aigis. Everyone else has already left, so the two of them would head out the door in order to catch up. Once everyone has arrived and been seated, Yukari orders one of the specials for everyone, and Junpei is ecstatic to be treated to some ramen. Akihiko may be reluctant about it, but Junpei's insistence has finally worn him down. However, the lively attitude doesn't last for long, as Akihiko notices a paper sitting nearby talking about the Doomsday Cult. Their leader, who they have dubbed as a messiah, has apparently spoken out to the press, and when Akihiko looks over the article, that messiah turns out to be Takaya. According to him, mankind has become shackled by their sins, and soon a savior shall descend from the heavens and uplift humanity into a bright new future. He has already beheld Nyx, and she has blessed him with the knowledge that she will bring an end to pain and suffering. While Takaya's words may indicate Nyx is actually here to save this world, Akihiko speculates that he may not believe his own words. Rather, this cult is just some kind of game, and as the party continues reading the article, Takaya's words go on. He describes others that have been blessed by Nyx, and yet they choose to abuse her gifts for personal gain. It is their fault that tragedy has befallen the city recently, leading Junpei to realize Strega is attempting to pin the blame of the shadows on them. When he questions how Takaya got so popular all of a sudden, Akihiko points out that Jin is rather well known online, and may have orchestrated the cult rise throughout the city. As they finish reading the article, it seems as though Jin and Takaya disappeared back into Tartarus once the interview was concluded, leaving a fearful atmosphere hanging over the entire city. Despite the fact that the world is about to end, it doesn't change much in the grand scheme of things. As Aigis says, everyone is going to die one day regardless of Nyx's interference. The cult's activities have only brought it more into people's attention, causing all of the doom and gloom. However, if Strega wants to get in their way, Junpei vows to sweep them aside, as nobody can stop them from preventing the fall. It's a sentiment the others can agree with Akihiko mentioning it's likely they'll run into Strega somewhere within the tower. The promised day is almost upon them, which means they have little time left to prepare. It's on that note that Junpei turns their attention back to the food, ordering a second bowl for himself. The cult's activities wouldn't be the only news we hear about Strega, as there are some rather unexpected revelations with one of their previous members. Assuming the player convinced Junpei to visit Chidori in the hospital and got the scene with Mitsuru making the call to the hospital, she will come to Makoto's class to ask to speak with him in private. She takes him to the student council room to speak, leaving Yukari feeling that something may be wrong. Mitsuru had a look she gets when keeping a terrible secret, but Junpei dismisses her worries and gets ready to head back home. Now alone, Mitsuru would bring up Chidori to Makoto, mentioning how she may wake up at some point today. While Chidori died in front of them, her body has been undergoing transmogrification during the Dark Hour, and has been hovering in between life and death. The reason Mitsuru had wished to speak with Makoto was to discuss how to tell Junpei the news given his history with Chidori. Before the conversation can continue, Mitsuru is interrupted by her phone ringing. Taking the call, Mitsuru is informed that Chidori has just woken up, but when she passes the news along to Makoto, Junpei bursts into the room. Having passed by the hallway, he had overheard their conversation and asks whether or not he had heard Mitsuru right. Before Mitsuru can warn him about her condition, however, Junpei would go running off in the direction of the hospital, leaving Yukari confused about what's going on. With the cat now out of the bag, Mitsuru makes her way towards the hospital as well, with Makoto, Yukari, and Fuka in tow. When everyone arrives, they find Junpei waiting just outside of Chidori's door, unsure what to say to her. The others agree to all wait outside while Mitsuru and Junpei head in with one of the doctors, leaving Junpei speechless at seeing Chidori's miraculous recovery. The doctor confirms Chidori has been completely healed, both from death and the effects of the persona suppression pills. When Junpei tries approaching her though, feeling relieved that she's still alive, Chidori expresses her confusion over who he is. As she has been undergoing transmogrification, it is proof she no longer possesses the potential, and without it, she has lost all of the memories of the Dark Hour, and the memories attached to her activities over the last few years. To Chidori, that time lost feels like a dream, and when Mitsuru gives Junpei her sympathies, he expresses that it's probably better this way. Now she cannot remember all of the pain she had suffered, and it isn't such a bad thing to wake up from a nightmare. Chidori, however, didn't consider those dreams to be a nightmare, as it was actually a dream of meeting a kind person at the end of a long and dark tunnel. She recalls she wanted that person to be happy, and was in a room filled with beautiful flowers. The mention of flowers connects a few of the dots in the doctor's mind, and he asks if Mitsuru and Junpei remember how Chidori would use her persona to restore the vitality of the flowers in her room. She would always do it on the days Junpei would come to see her, and those flowers would be strangely preserved. After her death, the doctor left the flowers on her chest as a sort of tribute, and that night she began to transmogrify. The doctor and Mitsuru discussed Chidori's condition, theorizing she reclaimed her life force from the flowers, until Chidori points out that she's still sitting right there. When the doctor asks what she wants to do with her life, Chidori expresses her desire to find that man from her dream. Unable to hold himself back anymore, Junpei bursts into tears to Chidori's confusion. When Mitsuru goes to leave the room, she finds Fuka and Yukari crying over the beautiful reunion of two lovers torn apart by death. This storyline, admittedly, isn't a part of the original game, instead being added into the Festival Edition, and I thought I would bring up a common criticism of it. Junpei's character arc hinges around Chidori and her death, and with her resurrection, that critical point in the story is just kinda brushed under the rug. Another part of that is the damage from the suppression pills also being cleansed, removing Chidori's limited timeline on this world. It's all to give Junpei a happy ending once the story comes to a close, and personally, I don't really care for it one way or the other. It's an optional piece of content which can be easily missed if the player doesn't know how to find it, and while I do like Junpei having the opportunity to start over with the woman he loves, it does make his resolve and his persona feel a little off. Trismegistus awakened from a fusion of Hermes and Medea, which would make sense as to why Chidori no longer has her persona, but it also served to carry along Junpei's story. He lives not just for himself anymore, but also to carry Chidori's spirit. In a way, I guess he's still supposed to be carrying the part of Chidori that lived during the Dark Hour. The part of her that joined with Strega, fell in love with Junpei, and sacrificed herself for him. With her recovery, however, it now feels as though there are two parts of Chidori that never really get reconciled. Beyond that, death is something that is meant to be final, and the story undercuts its own message by bringing Chidori back. If the point of Junpei's story is the impact Chidori's life and death had on him, then her resurrection means he gets to have his character growth and the girl in the end. If you enjoy this part of the story or hate it, I think it's up to personal preference. After all, there are parts to like about it. By this point in the story, the party is facing off against death, and Chidori's resurrection points towards the shifting views of the party towards death. It is something that can be fought and overcome. Their deaths and the fall are not an absolute certainty. If Chidori can survive her own death, then perhaps they too can defeat the coming of Nyx, and allow each person to live their lives in their own time. It's a small beacon of hope in a sea of despair, and a victory that I believe the team desperately needed. Less than a week before the promised day, Makoto was given the opportunity to reflect on his future. Meeting with Miss Toriumi in the faculty office, she asks him a few questions about where he wants to go in life. She warns him that he shouldn't allow others to make that decision for him, but at the end of the day, she's rather confident in him. Over the last year, Makoto has matured quite a bit as a person for a variety of reasons. After his meeting comes Aigis, and as he leaves the office, Miss Toriumi asks him to let her know that it's her turn. Heading to the roof, Aigis is standing by the fence looking out towards the water. When we get her attention, she mentions that she just needed some time to think on her own, and starts to open up about all that's been on her mind. During Aigis' battle against Ryoji, she felt a number of confusing emotions. Fear, confusion, embarrassment. She didn't feel these emotions when she fought against him 10 years ago, despite also being unable to defeat him back then, and it's made her realize that she truly has changed. It used to be that if Aigis didn't understand something, she would just ask other people what the answer was, and they would readily and easily explain it. However, since deciding to live her own life, her once simple questions have grown increasingly complex, and when she asks other people for the answers to these questions, nobody has been able to properly answer her. If there's one thing Aigis has come to understand, it's that her initial reason for wanting to stay by Makoto's side was to monitor death within him. Now that Ryoji is gone, however, she still wishes to stay with Makoto, as somewhere along the way she began to genuinely care for him. She does not know what it means to truly live, but Aigis knows she can figure that out so long as she sticks by Makoto, and for this reason, she begs him to take her with him when they go to confront Nyx. After reassuring her that they would face death together, Makoto would inform Aigis about Miss Toriumi's request to see her, and the two would part ways. The sand slips ever more from the hourglass, and the team prepares as best as they can. However, for one last night, the team is able to pretend that nothing is wrong. Only 2 nights before the coming of the fall, the player is given the opportunity to take Koromaru for a walk, and if they accept, the rest of the team will join him. They all hang out at Naganaki's shrine, and for a short while, they're able to pretend everything is alright and simply enjoy the moment. It's a moment for the player to stop and question how they've spent their time thus far. Have you forged all the bonds that you wanted to? Have you done all that you wished to? What have you accomplished with your short time upon this earth before the curtains close on the story? For me, I only have one regret coming out of this playthrough, as somewhere along the way, even when following a guide, I somehow fucked up and missed one goddamn meeting with Yuko. It's hard to complete every social link within a single playthrough in this game, given the amount of time the player has, but over this past year, we've worked our way through each representative of the major arcana. From the Magician all the way to the Sun, we have come to know Iwatodai just a bit more intimately than we did before, and help its people sort through their own issues. All except for one, as there is one social link that only now, at the end of the game, do we have the opportunity to explore. At long last, we have reached the final social link I will be covering in Persona 3, and this one has the privilege of being one of my personal favorites. Introduced in the Festival Edition and only available during the final month of the game is the Aeon Arcana, which requires a bit of an explanation. Aeon is not a part of the original Rider-Waite Tarot, but was instead introduced in the Thoth deck created by the occultist Aleister Crowley. The Thoth deck is similar to the Rider-Waite deck in many regards, with a few name changes and changes to the order of cards, and so we can continue our analysis by looking at the Aeon's original counterpart, Judgment. Why the game uses a name from a different deck is likely due to the Judgment Arcana already being used for the Nyx Annihilation team, and rather than scrapping the automatic social link, a new Arcana would need to be introduced. Judgment is the Arcana of identity, representing the ideas of not just self-reflection, but questioning one's path through life. Through this reflection, one may come to a realization about who they are or what they wish to do with their lives, undergoing a rebirth in the process. Upright, the Judgment Arcana points towards a time of awakening and revelation, with one's questioning and reflection bringing up all the ways one must change for the better. Reversed, the card indicates one is full of doubt or lacks self-awareness. They are likely judging themselves too harshly or not giving themselves the time to reflect back on their life in a meaningful way. Once Aegis has returned to the dorm from being repaired and the party returns to school from the winter break, we can speak to her within the classroom. Throughout the game, it is hinted that we will eventually form a social link with her whenever we speak to her, but only now in the game's final month do we finally have the opportunity. Aegis is hoping the two of us can walk home together, and agreeing to her offer, we leave school for the day. Along the way, we stop by the shrine, as it's a place Aegis has found herself coming to more and more. It's the place where the team first found Koromaru, dutifully waiting for a master who would never return, and only now can Aegis understand why. People aren't driven by facts and logic alone, but often it is our emotions that guide our actions. Much like how Koromaru waited for his master after his death, Aegis now sticks around even after learning she can't protect us. It's been that way for a while, meaning Aegis has come to realize she's been letting her feelings guide her for longer than she'd first thought. When she later takes us up to the school roof, Aegis looks out at the city from across the waters. The waters of Yakushima may have been clearer, but from here she can still see all the places that mean a lot to her. Before coming to Iwatodai, ideas such as liking or disliking scenery never crossed her mind, but that's not the only change from back then. Many new emotions and feelings have been flooding her lately despite having felt them for a long time. It's all rather scary experiencing these emotions that have grown inside her, but is also looking forward to understanding what it means to live one's own life for themselves, especially if that means she can remain by our side. As we head back to the dorm together one day, the two of us are stopped by a pack of dogs by Iwatodai Station. Aegis recognizes them as the same dogs that hang out at the shrine, and as they bark and yell at us angrily, she can understand what they're saying. These dogs are Koromaru's old friends, and due to his frequent injuries from fighting in Tartarus, they have come to believe the party is abusing their friend. Aegis does her best to try and explain things, although the dogs refuse to listen to reason. Instead, when Aegis bends down to pet one of the dogs, it bites her hand. Seeing as Aegis is unnatural and made of metal, it scares the dogs off, leaving us safe for the moment, but leaving Aegis feeling a bit hollow. She has been reflecting lately on the state of her own being, as while her heart may be developing feelings to grow more human, her body will always remain as a machine. Now she's no longer a weapon, and not quite a human, but something else entirely. When the two of us head to Polonia Mall sometime later, we're stopped by an old woman asking for help. Her cat, a fluffy and spotted white thing named Muley, has run away and she has been unable to find her anywhere. Seeing as Muley is in a similar state of age as the woman, she doubts her cat could have gone very far, but thus far, her searching has been for naught. We can suggest a few places for the old woman to look before Aegis steps in and asks if we could possibly help look for Muley. The old woman will likely suffer without her cat to keep her company, and the cat is probably starving by now. The two of us go all around the city, but it isn't until we arrive at Port Island Station that Aegis hears a soft meowing noise. Following her, the two of us find a cat in the alleyway, which Aegis confirms to be Muley by talking to it. Relieved, we take Muley back to the old lady, who thanks us profusely. Her cat is all the company she has left in this world, and Aegis starts to question what it means to be lonely. The old woman takes Muley back home, leaving us alone with Aegis once again, and voicing her opinions on life. It seems as though life is not something one can truly live by themselves, and finding connections with people is an important part of that. She may not understand many things about life, but this one thing she does understand, as she feels happy when she's by our side. Heading to the strip mall a short while later, the two of us run into the old woman again, this time talking to another student. The student, her grandson Kiyoshi, is asking her for money and brushes off any affection she shows towards him. After his insistence to pay him, the old woman hands over some money to Kiyoshi, who runs off as soon as he gets it. Seeing this, Aigis decides to follow after him, wishing to question him about the interaction. When she finally catches up and calls out to him, Kiyoshi is initially surprised to find one of the more popular girls at school talking to him, attempting to introduce himself as Joe. Ignoring his comments, Aigis asks Kiyoshi if he feels lonely when he's by himself, and why he doesn't visit his lonely grandmother more often. When he asks if she's trying to lecture him about not spending more time with her, Aigis asks if he's ever thought about what it means to live. Kiyoshi asks what's more to life than simply having fun, since people are happy when they're having fun. When he goes to ask her to hang out, Aigis turns to us to leave and Kiyoshi storms away. Unsure of what she did wrong to anger Kiyoshi, Aigis questions herself once more. Recently, she's been using questions with why and how more frequently, as the more she's come to learn of humanity, the less she realizes she understands us. She's grown frustrated with her efforts, yet still finds privilege to experience the world nonetheless. She admits to feeling rather jealous of Kiyoshi, as he has a human body he can use to properly touch and cherish those he cares about, yet squanders this gift he has been given. It's a feeling that Aigis decides to bury for the moment, returning to the dorm instead. Later, when we head to Polonia Mall, we run into the old woman once again, and Aigis greets her warmly. The old woman was just thinking about going to find us again, as Muley is missing once more, but when Aigis offers to help find her, the old woman tells her not to bother. This time, Muley left in search of something, and when Aigis presses further, the old woman states that she believes Muley left to find a place to die. Cats often find a place to die on their own when the time comes, and Muley came back one last time to say goodbye before leaving for good. She thanks Aigis for letting her see Muley before the end before heading off back home. As she leaves, Aigis stops her and comforts the old woman, telling her that even if Muley is gone, she's not alone. The old woman simply tells Aigis that so long as there are still people in this world, none of us are ever truly alone. Thanking Aigis for her kindness, she walks off, leaving conflicted feelings in Aigis' heart. She wonders whether or not Muley was happy, whether or not she was happy to have been born at all, and for what purpose she existed upon this world. Where does life come from, and where does it go when it ends? Why does it exist in the first place? Leaving people behind seems to be a natural part of life which all of us must face, and Aigis starts to question whether there will come a day where she will be forced to say goodbye to us as well. Complicated emotions are swirling around inside of her that she can't quite explain, and she apologizes for getting so upset. Seemingly unable to face us anymore, Aigis rushes back to the dorm by herself. Speaking with her, Aigis invites us up to the school roof, wishing to apologize for our last hangout. Her heart is becoming closer to that of a human, and so she realized something. The heart and the body are inseparable, closely linked with one another. She asks if we've ever invited a girl up to the rooftop before, as she's begun to grow rather worried. Seeing as others see her as a human woman, it may give other people the wrong idea about our relationship, and she wouldn't want to ruin our chances of finding love with another girl. Sometimes when she's up here after school, she'll find couples embracing each other, enjoying each other's company. It's recently become painful for her to see, as she's come to realize that even if her heart is becoming human, her body is still mechanical. That sort of connection is one she will never be able to feel. The closer she becomes to being human, the more she realizes just how different she is from us. Even if her first wish was to live her own life, her second wish is one that will never come true. As she starts to run off, she apologizes for losing control of herself again and admits that her desire to stay by her side isn't exactly how she feels. However, she can't bring herself to use the proper words, as she knows that it is a wish that cannot come true. With that admission, Aigis flees from the roof. However, she brings us back to the roof once again, admiring the winter sun. Soon the promised day will arrive, our impending doom approaching, and she has done a lot of thinking about life since we last talked. She wonders if Muley was alone when at last she died, or if someone managed to find her. She's sure the old woman wanted to be with Muley if circumstances were different. To live is to grow attached to people, but as death is inevitable, farewells are likely unavoidable. Eventually, there will come a day where Aegis will never be able to see us again, leaving her filled with pain. Eventually, we all will die, leaving behind the people we care about, and that's something Aegis has come to accept. Life exists in a constant state of change, and it is because it comes to an end that we must cherish the time that we have available to us. With the promised day so close now, Aegis has decided not to waste any more time, and even if her wish can never come true, she still feels she needs to admit her true feelings. She admits to Makoto that she loves him. Even if she is a machine and cannot truly touch him in a way a human can, these are her true feelings. With that confession, Makoto offers her a brief hug, to which Aegis quickly steps away, embarrassed. However, it has left her feeling rather happy and at a loss for words. For our final hangout, and the last hangout of all of our social links, Aegis invites us into her room. Rather than a comfortable bedroom, it is filled with tools, ammunition, machinery, and a large seat that Aegis sleeps in. She admits that due to the state of it, she was hesitant to invite us in at all. There's no comfort to be found here, only cold machinery, and it's embarrassing to think she once considered this room to be a normal bedroom. However, that is exactly why she is showing it to us. She is a machine, unlike Yukari or Mitsuru, and while that used to sadden her, she has come to realize something. Because she is unable to die, Aegis promises that she will never leave our side. Even once our life has come to its end, we shall remain within our heart. Hesitantly, she offers us a burnt screw as a gift to us, as it was one of the pieces of her that had to be replaced after the incident on the Moonlight Bridge. Since that day, she's grown immensely, vowing to get back up no matter how many times she falls back down. She will protect us until the very end, and that screw is proof of her promise. With it, we may now fuse Metatron, one of the greatest angels of Abrahamic faith. It is her relationship to Makoto that is her reason for living, and so she asks him for a favor. At the base of her neck is the component that houses her artificial psyche, the emotional engine known as the Papillon heart. Due to its delicate nature, she cannot expose it outside of the laboratory, but she asks Makoto to touch it. Most likely, the oils and cells of his finger will be burnt onto it, leaving a permanent mark of their relationship within her. Sitting down in the chair, Aegis readies herself for the intimate act as the scene fades to black. At its core, Aegis' social link is the cliché of teaching a robot how to love. However, I think that it goes about it in a rather unique route. Rather than Aegis learning to feel emotions and learn to love through simply understanding and accepting life's beauty, it is through death that she understands what it means to live. We are born without purpose, grow to form bonds with those around us, finding happiness of our own, and then we say goodbye, departing from this world for the next. Thus, the ties back to the Judgment Arcana are rather clearly laid out. Before the social link even starts, Aegis did not really consider what it meant to live until she was faced with her own mortality on the Moonlight Bridge. Once she was repaired and offered the chance to live for herself, she began to question what it means to truly live, and yet had a hard time considering herself as a part of the world. She is an artificial person made of steel and wires instead of flesh and blood, and thus for much of the social link, Aegis treats her own emotions as lesser to the people around her. These two are the connection to the reverse judgment, with Aegis either not questioning her place in life or placing herself below the people around her due to the circumstances of her birth. However, the more she questions, the less answers she's able to find, as what she is seeking becomes more and more abstract. In reality, Aegis is doing what all people do throughout their lives: find their purpose upon this earth. By the end of the social link, Aegis has not fully overcome her own doubts and insecurities over her robotic nature, but is no longer willing to let it hold her back from being true to herself. She comes to understand that life is not something one should waste easily, and rather than holding herself back, losing precious time, she decides to confess her true feelings to Makoto. It is this process that results in the upwriting of her arcana, and an integral part of that shift comes from the influence of Muley. I have seen the idea thrown around that the old woman should have died instead of Muley, and I don't think that would quite fit the point of their involvement in the story. Rather, the two of them represent Makoto and Aegis. Just as Muley passed away, one day Makoto too will die, leaving Aegis behind just as Muley did for the old woman. However, the woman did not turn to despair in that moment. Instead, she passed along some words of wisdom to Aegis that even after we say goodbye to the people we love, that doesn't mean we're left all alone. Life will still carry on. Another aspect of their influence comes from Aegis' vow to remain by Makoto's side up until the end. Muley left to go die by herself as Makoto will do one day, but Aegis, like the old woman, would rather stay with him until the time he closes his eyes for the last time. Much like Akinari's social link, Aegis does a beautiful job of illustrating the game's core theme of death. However, where Akinari's social link focused more heavily on the impact we leave behind, Aegis is more focused on the time we still have remaining. Life is finite and should not be wasted on hesitation. The phrase carpe diem, or seize the day, comes to mind as the message of the social link, as we only have so much time to fall in love, to hang out with friends, to live our lives to the fullest. Even if there was the chance her love would have been rejected, it was still important to Aegis to let Makoto know her true feelings towards him, and holding those feelings back only meant she was not being true to herself. I also want to mention the ending scene as it feels unique among social links. With each romance option across each of the games, it is implied that the 10th rank ends with the protagonist being physically intimate with each character, but it is left vague enough that one could argue against it. While we never see any of these scenes happen, Aegis is a little more explicit with its implications. She is allowing Makoto to directly touch her heart, imprinting a piece of his DNA inside of her. Through most of the social link, Aegis was left feeling guilty she could not be a real person, and could not offer the comforts of one. A soft hand cupping a person's cheek, a warm hug offered in kindness, or even a gentle kiss. Being made of metal, Aegis is incapable of providing something that feels quite so human, and yet the action is only half of it. Another aspect is the person performing the action, as even if Aegis is a machine, that does not mean she is incapable of being loved, or incapable of showing affection. Thus, I find it rather fitting that Aegis is one of the few characters whose final scene is explicitly implied. It is a metaphor for sexual intercourse, one of the most intimate physical acts that can be shared between two people, and I find it all the more meaningful coming from the least human social link. Aegis also stands as the last of our party members whose ultimate persona we have yet to look at, and the storytelling with Palladion becoming Pallas Athena is rather straightforward. Palladion was a statue built in the image of Athena, just as Aegis was a machine built in the image of mankind. Thus, when Palladion becomes the very thing it was meant to imitate, so too is Aegis becoming more and more human. This leads directly into Aegis' arcana as the Chariot, which I won't look at just quite yet. Instead, we can still draw other parallels between Aegis and Athena besides the obvious, as Athena herself has quite a long history. Athena is the Greek goddess of wisdom and strategic warfare, counter to her other half, Ares, the god of war and violence. She is integral to numerous myths, as Athena often plays the role of mentor or aid to a large number of heroes, including Odysseus during his journey to get back to Ithaca, Perseus during his quest to kill Medusa, and even assisting the mighty Heracles on more than one occasion. Athena was also one of the three goddesses whose actions led to the Trojan War alongside Aphrodite and Hera, and feuded with Poseidon to become the patron deity of the great city of Athens. Athena's birth was a rather unusual one, as she wasn't born in the traditional sense. Instead, Zeus originally married Metis, the goddess of counsel and deep thought, and given time, she grew pregnant. Fearing his offspring would overthrow him, as he had done with his own father Kronos, he devoured both mother and child. Metis continued to exist within Zeus's mind, giving birth to Athena and forging her weapons and armor. A headache grew in Zeus's head, which he could not alleviate, and so great did it grow that he would ask his son Hephaestus to cleave open his head with an axe. Once the deed was done, Athena was born from Zeus's temple, emerging fully grown and clad in armor. So great was Athena in skill that she would become the favorite of Zeus among his children, and was placed within Olympus as the wisest of all the gods. Athena's unnatural birth mirrors Aegis' own act of creation, as she was also born from the mind of man. Rather than being formed fully created, however, Aegis was designed and constructed. She was still built fully grown and armed alongside the rest of the anti-shadow weapons. Not only that, but Aegis would also fight alongside other heroes, those being the other members of SEAS. She would not be a mentor figure in the same way Athena would be to Odysseus, but instead take a more direct approach, as Athena does in other myths. In those legends, Athena would often grant some special tools or bless the weapons of a hero, but in Aegis's case, her involvement would be fighting side by side with her friends. She would be the tool being supplied to the team, and over time would come to earn her wisdom. The design of Pallas Athena is a more direct transition from Palladian, even more so than Hermes to Trismegistus. The body of Athena is exactly the same as Palladian, with the exception of the color scheme, now white instead of green, and she no longer has the shifting components that reveal a lance inside of her. Instead, Athena's spear is held at her side, and the body is a single and organic part. The emphasis is on the organic part, as Athena is no longer as stiff as Palladian, able to freely move and bend like a regular person. The dress flows like cloth, the figure is able to freely animate, and overall just feels a lot more natural. This isn't the same case as other persona designs, such as Hermes transforming into Trismegistus by introducing elements of Thoth, nor is it like Io adopting elements of the Egyptian Isis. Instead, it feels much more like this is the Athena that Palladian was inspired by, and the reusing of Palladian's design makes sense in this context. Not only that, but certain elements change between the two of them, the most notable example of which is the spear. While originally hidden within Palladian, only emerging when it is needed for combat, Athena's spear is held alongside the shield in front of her. The shield is actually an aegis, a type of shield Athena is often depicted as carrying. The face on the front is meant to depict one of the fearsome Gorgons, striking fear into Athena's enemies before even meeting them in battle. As a part of the design, it helps to make Athena feel much more defensive rather than just charging blindly into combat, and her reasons for taking a more protective stance likely lie with her arcana. Within the social link, Aegis is the representative for the Aeon or Judgment Arcana, but the arcana given to Palladian and Athena, and thus Aegis's character arc over the main story, is actually the Chariot. Like the Judgment Arcana, the ties to the Chariot are about Aegis finding her humanity, although it is a little more focused on how she finds that humanity, rather than questioning whether she has it at all. The Reverse Chariot involves someone who has drive but no direction or control in their life. Unlike Junpei and the Magician Arcana, whose lack of direction was more of an indication that his motives for action were for selfish reasons, Aegis truly is without proper direction unless guided by another person. At the start of her story, Aegis is simply a machine designed to fight and kill shadows. Her one and only purpose is to be a weapon or a tool, and she fits that role rather well. After she returns with the group from Yakushima, Aegis simply waits within the dorm when the party is not actively seeking out shadows or exploring Tartarus, as though she's been put away when not in use. Her personality is very stiff, robotic, and one-track minded, and it results in her being rather socially oblivious to her own actions. A common instance of this is how other people view Aegis's clinginess to Makoto and her desire to always be around him. To others, this may be seen as some sort of romantic attachment, were it coming from a human with actual emotions, but to Aegis, her reasons initially to stay by Makoto is to continuously monitor death within him. Fitting of the Reverse Chariot then, Aegis believes herself to be, and behaves like, a weapon. She has the power and the drive to fulfill her purpose, but requires others to direct her actions and designate her targets. However, this does not stay that way for long. Aegis is built in the image of humanity, and so once school starts back up again, Ikutsuki allows Aegis to go to school. Her will is still being dictated with her new routine being added onto her role as a weapon, but it starts to give Aegis a bit more independence. At school, she must behave for herself as there isn't anyone to tell her how to act within a social setting, and so Aegis starts to learn little by little how to be herself. This growing sense of self is then tested by Ikutsuki's betrayal and his assertion that she is still just a weapon. When told to kill her friends, her directive interferes with her own desires, and she finds herself powerless but to obey. Aegis takes down the members of SEAS and crucifies them atop the observatory, but cannot bring herself to actually kill any of them. In the end, her sense of self wins out and Aegis releases her friends instead of executing them. It's the first step towards Aegis discovering her own sense of humanity, but it has come in the opposition of her purpose as a machine. It leaves Aegis questioning herself, reasserting that she is still just a machine, but that is all brought into question with the confrontation with Ryoji. Even before the fight, Aegis is choosing her own path, as nobody else told her to hunt him down. If anything, everyone told Aegis not to worry about Ryoji. However, by following her own instincts, Aegis acted independently without the need for someone else to direct her. That decision came from Aegis's belief that she is just a machine meant to hunt shadows, and within her eyes, Ryoji is the most dangerous shadow of them all. As the 13th Arcana, Ryoji is the appriser meant to summon Nyx, the Mother of Shadows, to this world, and so killing him became Aegis's highest priority. However, she fails in her endeavor, no longer strong enough to subdue him. The most interesting part to me of their confrontation, besides the revelations that come with it, is that Aegis feels fear and regret as she loses. Regret over what she did to Makoto 10 years ago, but more importantly, fear for her own life. She is afraid she would be unable to see Makoto again, afraid she cannot protect him from this threat, and that's something she came to all on her own. A weapon does not normally care for the one who wields it, as if they die, it can always pass along to another person. It is this care that Aegis holds in her own heart that results in her wanting the Siege members to kill Ryoji and erase their memories. Doing otherwise means unnecessary suffering, but when the rest of the team rejects the offer, it leaves Aegis rather confused. There's no logical reason why the team should want to suffer, but that's only because Aegis has yet to understand what it means to truly live. To live is to be one's own master and choose their own path in life. To erase their memories is to hide from themselves, and that's something the other Siege members have decided to reject. All except for Aegis, who still views herself as a machine incapable of change. Now, however, her purpose as a machine is gone. She could not defeat Ryoji, and so she is just outdated hardware unable to fulfill the mission it was designed for. The other members help her realize that whether Aegis admits it or not, she's not the same machine as she was before. She's changed and grown since they had met her, finding a sense of identity and self. And the lesson that she ultimately needed to learn was that the only one who truly has a say in Aegis's actions is Aegis herself. This revelation is the uprighting of her arcana, as Aegis finds not just her sense of identity, but direction. What's important isn't Aegis's vow that her new purpose is to live her life, but that she is the one that is making that decision. The other Siege members may have helped her come to that decision, but at the end of the day, Aegis was the one to make it. She goes from a machine built to serve other people and a tool to be used and directed by them into becoming her own person with her own thoughts, emotions, and desires. Aegis is free to act as she wishes simply because she wishes to. What Aegis wants to do is to protect her friends and stay by their sides until the end of their days because of the deep bonds she has made with each of them. With Aegis being a machine, however, there are still some things that hold her back from truly displaying her humanity. One thing, as Aegis points out, is that she is unable to cry, whether in joy or in sadness, whether for herself or those around her. No matter how much her heart grows human, there is still that mechanical barrier that she cannot overcome that separates her from others. It would take a miracle to bridge that gap, but the team is already striving to do the impossible. If they can defeat Nyx, the supposedly unbeatable foe, perhaps Aegis too can have her wishes truly granted. That leaves us with only 2 personas left to discuss. While yes, we have gone through every persona that has been unlocked over the course of the story, there is one character who we will need to put in a bit of extra legwork in order to unlock their ultimate persona. Or rather, personas. Makoto has 2 different ultimate personas which will need to be fused rather than earned through the story. The harder of the 2 to create is Orpheus Telos, as it requires the player to have maxed out every social link in the game. In that way, it's the ultimate expression of Makoto's connection to the people of Iwatodai, and even the Telos part of the name supports this as it means end or goal. This version of Orpheus is Makoto at the end of his journey, harnessing the bonds he's come to form, but beyond that, it's a little bit boring. A large reason for that is that it's literally just Orpheus with a new coat of paint and nothing all that new to glean from Makoto by the story's end. That issue, however, would be handled by what I consider to be Makoto's true ultimate persona. After reaching the top of Tartarus, finishing the Judgment social link, the player will now be able to fuse together Orpheus and Thanatos, the two personas that dwelled within him at the start of the story in order to create Messiah. The game doesn't list any one specific figure in history as the inspiration behind Messiah, instead using the definition of the word as the persona's description. The term originates from Judaism, referring to a man prophesied to arrive upon this world and bring about an everlasting peace. In many religions, such a figure will arrive before the end of days, delivering the faithful unto paradise. There are many such figures across history and culture, such as Maitreya in Buddhism, three separate figures in Zoroastrianism, or Mabduragan of Welsh legend. However, there is one Messiah that is the most well-known all around the world, to the point that many messianic figures are actually just reinterpretations of this one person. While the game does not state as such, I believe he is the true influence behind the persona, the reasoning for which is because the story of this figure actually shares a lot of commonalities with Makoto's. If you will humor me for a moment, I would like to talk about perhaps the single most influential figure in history and compare him to the protagonist of our tale. Before we get into it, I also want to mention that I am not a religious person myself, and so this will come from a place more of interest and academia rather than faith. Jesus of Nazareth is the principal figure of Christian faith and is the son of the Holy Spirit and the Virgin Mary. Born within a manger or feeding trough in Bethlehem, Jesus would be raised by his mother Mary and her husband Joseph in the Galilee region of Israel and grew to be a carpenter like his adoptive father. Upon becoming an adult, Jesus sought out John the Baptist to be baptized within the Jordan River. There, the Holy Spirit would descend and proclaim that Jesus is the Lamb of God, after which he would travel back to his home across the desert, facing off against 3 temptations from Satan. Upon returning to Galilee, Jesus would perform a number of miracles such as walking on water or feeding 5,000 men with only 5 loaves of bread and 2 fish. These would not be to flaunt his divine powers, however, but instead to prove that God was an almighty and loving creator. Jesus would heal the sick and the weary, preaching of forgiveness, adherence to Jewish law, avoiding sin, and above all else, that God holds love for us all within his heart. To help spread the word of his faith, Jesus would induct 12 apostles under his watch, including St. Peter, St. Philip, St. James, and Judas Iscariot. Once his work in Galilee had concluded, Jesus and his apostles would make for Jerusalem to continue spreading the word of God. There, he would accuse the city's elders of hypocrisy and question their authority, bringing him into conflict with their rule. Seeking his arrest, the elders would make a deal with Judas to hand over Jesus to the authorities in exchange for 30 silver coins, and the apostle would readily turn against his teacher. Jesus would break bread with his apostles one final time before heading to Gethsemane the following day, and Judas, with an armed mob at his back, would kiss Jesus on the cheek to identify him. The remaining apostles would flee into hiding, and Jesus would be taken into custody and dragged in front of the elders. Ultimately, Jesus would be condemned to being nailed to a wooden cross and left to die, a form of execution known as crucifixion. He would be forced to carry his own cross onto the site of his execution, and alongside 2 thieves, he is nailed to the wood by his hands and feet. Following his death, Jesus' corpse would be tossed into a cave, and after 3 days, he would ascend into the heavens. His death upon the cross would not be without purpose, as he would take humanity's sins within himself. With his death, so too would humanity's sins die alongside him, granting us the chance of salvation. There are many, many details of the life of Jesus that I left out for the sake of brevity, but from what has been presented, there are a surprising number of parallels between Christ and Makoto. Perhaps the clearest parallels are the miracles that Makoto is able to perform, as there are numerous feats Jesus was able to accomplish within the Bible. Makoto may not be able to walk on water or turn water into wine, but what he can do is wield multiple personas. He is the only character in the entire game who uses more than one persona, if one takes the ultimate personas as evolutions on the originals, and is seen as rather special by the other members of both Seas and by Strega. This flexibility makes Makoto adaptable to any situation presented to him, and capable of facing down foes that would prove formidable to other persona users. Jesus was also able to heal the sick and the wounded as he preached about God's love, and Makoto would perform a similar service to the people of Iwatodai. Through our social links, Makoto helps the various people he comes across by helping them overcome their traumas and their inner struggles. It's not so much physical healing as it is spiritual and mental, but Makoto's presence in the city leaves a positive impact outside of his efforts to face the shadows. He takes the time to sit down with numerous people and help them work through their issues, leaving them all the better for it. Makoto would also bring in his own apostles as the other members of SEES, gathering those who would follow him into the desecrated grounds of Gakukan. The exact number is a little shy of 12, as there are only 9 other members of SEES, including Ikutsuki and Shinjiro, but that number does include Makoto's own Judas. Ikutsuki betrays the team and attempts to ascend to the title of king over the New World, which isn't exactly a one-to-one comparison with Judas Iscariot. The 30 silver coins offered to Judas was actually a rather modest sum, meant to illustrate both the elders' contempt for Jesus, as well as demonstrate just how sinful Judas was to betray his prophet for such a low reward. However, the comparison doesn't come from the reward for the betrayal, but the act itself. Ikutsuki had conspired to betray Makoto from the start, attempting to lead him into his own destruction. Atop the observatory, Makoto is even crucified alongside the rest of the team, but would be saved from death by divine intervention. Koromaru serves as a sort of deus ex machina in this instance, as it's really the only notable thing he does in the entire story. However, saving the team from death buys them time to face an even greater foe. The antithesis to Jesus as the Son of God is a figure said to herald the end of days. This would be the son of Satan, also known as the Antichrist. It is only after Makoto's crucifixion that we are properly introduced to this character, who has a few parallels of his own with the Messiah. Ryoji serves as Makoto's opposite within the story, as where Makoto strives to preserve life, Ryoji's purpose is to end it. He was born of the almighty Nyx, a stand-in for the devil in this analogy, and his very existence is meant to bring about the end of days. Much like Jesus himself, Ryoji also assembled his apostles as a sort of twisted mockery of Christ, and while he did so unknowingly as Pharaohs, he was more successful at gathering them than Makoto was. There were 12 full moon shadows that needed to be overcome to reach this point, all of which returned to Ryoji after their defeat. However, rather than standing side by side with them, Ryoji essentially consumed them, drawing a further divide between him and Christ. Even the way Ryoji offers salvation in the form of ignorance can be seen as the words of a kind and benevolent Messiah, as his offer is essentially an end to suffering. However, that offer comes with the promise that an end to suffering is an end to living. It's once more a twisted mockery of Jesus' own offers for salvation, as while both offer such kindness out of love within their hearts, Ryoji's offer is tainted with the blood of all humanity. I like this parallel between Makoto and Ryoji as a sort of Christ and Antichrist figure, as it makes their already complicated dynamic all the more interesting. It's helped by the fact that Ryoji approaches the group as Jesus would, offering kindness and forgiveness for past sins, and should this offer be taken, there would be nobody left to stand up against Judgment Day. There are more parallels between Makoto and Christ that we can analyze, but we haven't quite reached that point in the story just yet. Beyond Makoto, however, we still aren't done with the comparisons to the Christian Messiah. There's one other character I'll talk about in just a short while who shares commonalities with Christ, although similar to Ryoji, the salvation he promises is less than ideal. As for the design of Messiah, Persona 3 keeps it from resembling Jesus so as to keep the connection separate from the actual historical figure. Instead, the point of Makoto's ultimate persona being Messiah is to point towards his role within the story. Makoto is a messiah to the people of Iwatodai, healing them through helping them solve their issues, and fighting against the shadows and Nyx to save them all from eternal damnation. Instead, the design is more of a fusion between Orpheus and Thanatos, which is rather fitting considering they are the two necessary for creating Messiah. The overall body is still that of Orpheus, although the limbs and torso are now properly reinforced. The face and hair are still relatively the same as well, although the necrosis-eaten flesh of the face has turned to more of an ivory from his resurrection. The coffins chained to Messiah's right arm are the same ones from Thanatos' design, which serve as a reminder of death. Not only is death inevitable, even for such a divine being, but Jesus had already died once before, followed shortly by his resurrection. While Messiah is now bound to death, he is not caged by it. Instead, it is used as a sort of weapon to be dealt upon the unjust. The last thing I want to mention about Messiah is actually the moveset, as there are a few nods to Christ found within. Of course, Messiah gets access to Megadoleon, one of the strongest moves in the game, as it deals a large amount of almighty damage, but more fittingly, he also gets access to God's Hand and Salvation. God's Hand is a rather direct means of punishing the wicked, calling down the fist of the Almighty from the heavens, but Salvation is more in line with the miracles of Christ. It is a very powerful healing spell capable of not just fully restoring health, but also clearing away any status ailments. Absorb Pierce is a rather on-the-nose nod towards how the body of Jesus was pierced with a spear while upon the cross, but Enduring Soul is just as much of a direct connection. Once per battle, should Makoto fall, he will be resurrected from death to continue fighting to save humanity. Within tarot, there exists a concept called the Fool's Journey, which is meant to be an allegory for a person's journey throughout life. Within this story, the Fool travels through each of the 22 major arcana, learning their meanings and growing as a person, and eventually becoming the Fool once more in an eternal cycle. The specifics may vary from interpretation to interpretation, so I'll be explaining the Fool's journey through the lens of how I have come to learn it. Beginning off, we have the Fool himself as a blank slate filled with possibility. We become the Fool at various points in our lives, whether we are learning a new skill, entering a new relationship, starting a new career, and most importantly, from the moment we are born. In the state, however, what is important is that the Fool is empty and is willing to receive guidance from those around him. The first two figures to arrive are the Magician and the High Priestess. They are positive and negative, driven action and introspection, and conscious and unconscious thought. The Magician is the teacher that states that the Fool already has all he needs to make his journey, and that he can shape the world through his own willpower and actions. Where the Magician teaches outward force, the High Priestess instead guides the Fool to look inside himself. She is intuition and understanding. Not all information received will be driven by logic, as many things will be interpreted through emotions and feelings. The next two figures the Fool meets are outside of himself, the motherly Empress and the fatherly Emperor. Within the care of the Empress, the Fool learns what kindness and gentleness is like. He is nurtured and cared for as he grows by a patient hand. Beyond the mother, the Empress also comes to represent Mother Nature as the Fool comes to experience sensation in the natural world for the first time. From the Empress, the Fool learns what an example of a caregiver should be. The inverse, then, is the Emperor, and as the father figure, the Fool learns from him structure and authority. The world is bound by laws and patterns that the Fool can come to recognize, but more importantly, his will is not absolute. People have boundaries that should not be crossed, and there are those that exist to help enforce those boundaries and laws. It is from the Emperor, the first ruler the Fool comes to know, that he comes to see an example of leadership. Soon enough, the Fool leaves home to meet a valuable teacher in the Hierophant. They are a figure of tradition and of learning, and thus take on the Fool as a student to help give him the tools he will need throughout his life. The Hierophant has already walked the Fool's journey, and so his wisdom is passed on to the Fool as the next generation. Still, the Fool's world begins to broaden, and he seeks the companionship of others. He seeks friendship, authority, romance, and other bonds to fill his life. One cannot grow in isolation, and these bonds serve to broaden the Fool's horizons. It is also the Fool's first experience with choice, as it is his decisions that shape the circle around him rather than simply being imposed upon him. By now, the Fool has grown headstrong and ready to charge into life's challenges. He takes command of his own destiny and drives himself through his own free will. This is a time of victory and focus, as the Fool has become confident in himself and his own abilities. Yet victory cannot last forever, and life throws challenges in the Fool's path which may cause pain and suffering. To overcome these hurdles, the Fool must learn to hone his inner strength and tame his wilder nature. He learns of the courage needed to weather any storm, but also of compassion. Not every challenge needs to be overcome. Sometimes the situation calls for patience and tolerance above all else. By this point, the Fool has begun to look within himself for answers. He may occasionally seek solitude to contemplate the deeper questions he has, including the nature of human suffering. The Fool may seek out a new teacher to guide him towards these answers, or he may ponder them for himself. Now, however, is the time for introspection. This leads to the Fool coming to an understanding of how the world works. For a brief moment, the Fool glimpses the inner mechanisms of the universe. Life is a series of events connected to one another in cycles, and just as good times never last forever, neither do bad times. The only constant is change, and with this knowledge, the Fool is ready to get back onto his feet and re-enter the world. What the Fool does with this information is come to understand that actions have consequences. The Fool is presented with the decision of how he wishes to proceed, but must learn that he bears responsibility for all that he has done. He may seek to make amends for past wrongs or choose to live his life more in accordance with what he believes to be just and right. However, life is never quite so simple, and inevitably the Fool encounters a situation he cannot overcome. There are great sacrifices that are required of him, but the Fool comes to learn that surrender and sacrifice are not always a bad thing. Sometimes it gives us a moment to pause and reassess our situation, as giving up the illusion of control may open our eyes to another path to follow. And so the old, familiar self dies. The Fool cuts ties with that which no longer supports him on his journey. These may be bad habits which now hold him back, or relationships that the Fool has either outgrown or drifted apart from. Death in this form is not the end, but the beginning of the Fool's transformation. Sometimes one must clear away the weeds so that new growth may occur. Throughout life, up until this point, the Fool's emotions and the myriad parts of himself have changed and swung wildly from one to the next, and only now does the Fool learn of balance. Through patience and moderation, the Fool blends these different aspects of himself into a unified whole, allowing himself to heal from all that he has gone through. He has begun to heal from the damage he has taken, but must also come to accept some things that have become buried deep below. The Fool comes to meet with his own shadow, the parts of the self that have been pushed deep beneath that the Fool may not want to face. Fear, temptation, hopelessness, ignorance, materialism, nihilism. The Fool has come to forge his own chains that keep him down, but once he becomes aware that they exist, this bondage can be broken. The breaking of these chains, however, comes with great and often catastrophic change. The ego is shaken at the very foundations, and old beliefs shatter beneath the weight of such force. The Fool must tear himself down so that once the dust settles, the pieces can be picked back up and rebuilt into something that can last. What gets the Fool through such a calamitous time is hope. It allows him to pick himself back up once all has collapsed around him, and feel freed of the pain and fear he once felt. He may wish to share joy with other people and be reassured of his purpose upon this earth. However, from the ruin of all that has happened, the Fool heals. Such joy, however, can blind the Fool, leaving him susceptible to illusions and deceit, both from without and from within. The Fool may fall back into the jaws of his own fears and insecurities, or may start to feel lost within this new world he finds himself in. Should the Fool rely upon his courage and his intuition, he may find his way out of the fog he finds himself in, emerging all the stronger for it. At last, the Fool feels reassured in his actions and a genuine happiness for all that he has accomplished. The Fool has persevered in the face of adversity and looks outward at the positive changes he has made to himself and the world around him. He may seek to continue changing the world for the better, drawing others in to help achieve this goal. Nearing the journey's end, the Fool is now given the chance to look back upon his life. He looks upon all that he's accomplished, all that he has become, and has his moment of reckoning. He forgives himself and others for past wrongdoings, and takes the necessary steps towards the future he has been working so hard to build. It is a cleansing of the soul which yields the journey's conclusion. At the end of the road, the Fool has become one with the world. He has achieved unity and wholeness within himself and shares his unique experiences with those around him. The cycle has come to its end, and at the moment of completion, the Fool becomes the Fool once again. Once more, he becomes empty, ready to learn and grow, to feel joy and suffering, and to face the challenges of life all over again. Empty and full of potential, the cycle of life carries on. Along with being a metaphor for a person's journey through life, the Fool's journey isn't absent from Persona 3. The themes of the tarot have been incorporated rather well into the game's stories, both of a small scale with various social links, and a larger scale with the different arcs of the major characters. On the largest scale, however, the entire narrative of the game, the lessons of tarot are seamlessly integrated. In Makoto's case, his arcana is that of the Fool, and his arc isn't so much about uprighting a reversed arcana as much as it is a parallel for the Fool's journey. At the start of the journey, he is a blank slate, ignorant to not only the Dark Hour, shadows, personas, and the truth of Nyx, but also to Iwatodai and the people that live their lives within the city. Makoto has simply been drifting through life up until this point, hollow, apathetic, and uninterested in the people around him. When he comes to Iwatodai, however, he meets a number of characters that would lead him to begin his journey to self-discovery and enlightenment. In the Fool's Journey, these figures would be the Magician, the High Priestess, the Empress, the Emperor, and the Hierophant. In Persona 3, these initial characters would be represented by Junpei, Yukari, Mitsuru, Akihiko, and Akutsuki. While Junpei is not the first character Makoto meets, he is the first real friend that he makes alongside Yukari. With Junpei's more headstrong attitude, he serves as the figure Makoto can take action with. The two of them would charge into the Dark Hour side by side, encouraging willful action. While Yukari herself may be of the Lover's Arcana, she fits with the High Priestess in regards to Makoto's story, at least in the beginning. She is the one to help ease him into this new world, both in reality and during the Dark Hour. She guides him around the city, journeying with him into Tartarus, and serves as a voice to make Makoto question all that is happening around him. This may be as simple as asking whether he noticed anything off when first arriving in Iwatodai, or sowing distrust between him and the secrets kept by Mitsuru. Because of this, it feels rather fitting that Junpei and Yukari are the first party members Makoto gains access to. They are the driven action and restrained intuition that helped to guide him during the earlier parts of the story, but the two of them would not act alone. Mitsuru and Akihiko would serve as the Empress and Emperor, as while they are not really a mother or father figure, they are the older students Makoto can look up to. Both have been involved with the Dark Hour for far longer than Makoto has, and each guides the team in different ways during the first month. Mitsuru, as the Empress, is the team's navigator early on. She is the one aiding Makoto in getting stronger by offering what support she can during combat and exploration. Akihiko, as the Emperor, takes more of a direct hand outside of Tartarus by introducing Makoto to some of the characters we would come to know, such as Officer Kurosawa or Shinjiro. He would also serve as the group's voice of strength, encouraging them to explore Tartarus and grow in skill and power. Lastly, this leaves Akutsuki as the Hierophant, as he is an educator associated with both Gekkoukan and with SEAS itself. He is an older figure of authority that Makoto can look to for wisdom, as after several of the game's revelations, Akutsuki will often hang around to offer further answers to any questions Makoto or the player may have. With the Lover's Arcana, we are now given choice to our actions and access to social links. Both of these lean into the themes of the Arcana, as we are free to spend our time as we wish, and for the most part, that time will be spent seeking out bonds with other people. It initially starts with Kenji's social link, but Persona 3 actually throws quite a few social links at the player early on. Within the first month or so, the player can unlock the Magician, the Emperor, the Hierophant, the Chariot, Strength, the Hermit, Justice, the Hanged Man, and the Moon. However, the Chariot swiftly arrives, with the team achieving victory after victory within the Dark Hour. Shadows present themselves as obstacles to be overcome, and one after another they are defeated. The team stops the monorail after it is possessed by the High Priestess, they rescue Fuka from the depths of Tartarus, and dispatch the Hierophant and Lovers after being temporarily mind-controlled. This brings us to the team's first true test of their convictions and the emergence of the Strength Arcana. This comes from Mitsuru's initial explanation about the experiments and the truth behind the creation of the Dark Hour. It brings with it doubts and uncertainty, and yet the team finds the courage they need to stick together. The balance is fragile, however, and so the team retreats from the world for a short while to seek deeper understanding. Each character has their moment with the Hermit Arcana following the team's meeting, as we see each of them undergo a moment of contemplation. Akihiko speaks with Shinjiro about his reasons for fighting, Mitsuru asks Fuka to look into the truth of the experiment and questions whether she did the right thing, Junpei comes to realize his own insecurities, and Yukari clings to her belief in her father. As for Makoto, his scene would come alongside a meeting with Pharos, where the two talk over the information that has come to light. The Yakushima trip gives the team the opportunity to glimpse the bigger picture as told by the Wheel of Fortune. They are freely given information from Mitsuru's father about the nature of the experiment, and are able to glimpse the bigger picture when it comes to what the Dark Hour is. Pieces of the larger mystery are starting to come into place, and justice stands as the time following this. The team could potentially abandon the fight should they feel as though they are just pawns of the Kirijo group, but the revelation doesn't really change the truth of the matter. The Dark Hour is still a blight upon humanity and must be brought to an end. Knowing the 12 Shadows are the key, Makoto and the others endeavor to keep going with their mission. With Justice, we also meet the antagonists of the story and unlock the final members of our party. On one hand, Jin and Takaya pose the question of whether the Dark Hour should be ended at all. People die every day, even without the influence of the shadows, and this line of thinking serves as a test of Makoto's convictions. Similarly, Ken and Shinjiro joining the team present the question of what is fair and what is right. Ken is just a child, and while he may be mature for his age, the horrors of Tartarus are a lot for anyone to bear. While it is unfortunate a bunch of high school students are subjected to such darkness, the question of whether or not to allow a child to join is a little more controversial within the group. As for Shinjiro, he had refused to join SEAS for the longest time due to his involvement in the death of Ken's mother. The only reason he rejoined was to keep watch over Ken and keep him safe, beginning the path towards atonement. With the hangman, the suffering Makoto endures is a bit of a minor point in the story, but the moment is more about taking a moment to stop and reflect rather than about sacrifice. When Makoto falls ill during September, he is brought into the Velvet Room by Igor to take a moment to talk about the journey thus far. Igor asks Makoto whether or not he is using his powers wisely and reminds him about the contract. This moment is supposed to be when Makoto pauses from the chaos of both school life and the Dark Hour to meaningfully question his own actions. With nothing else to do but lie in bed sick, he's left alone with his thoughts and the words of Igor. However, both Makoto and the rest of the team would soon come to understand exactly what sacrifices would be demanded by their quest. The Death Arcana does not necessarily mean death in the traditional sense. However, I believe in this case it points towards the death of Shinjiro. It is the painful severing of a bond that the team undergoes, but its purpose within the story is to encourage others to undergo a transformation of their own. Death is the arcana of not only endings, but transitions as well, and just as Shinjiro's death helps to transition the game into its heavier second half, it leads towards the team coming to terms with Temperance. Temperance is an arcana all about healing and pulling oneself back together into a balanced self. This applies rather broadly to the team coming back together after Shinjiro's death fragmented them, but also to individual characters outside of Makoto himself. Ken and Akihiko briefly disappear from the team, with Akihiko skipping classes, and Ken wallowing in his own misery. However, both find it within themselves to find a reason to keep moving forward, triggering the first of the team's awakenings into their ultimate personas. By the time the next full moon arrives, the party's conviction has been reaffirmed, and they strive to see the Dark Hour brought to its end. Unfortunately, this leads them into the trap of the Devil Arcana, who in this case is represented by Akutsuki himself. He is the tempter that led the team astray from within, and through his deceptions, the party forged their own chains. Despite working to end the Dark Hour, they unknowingly worked to bring about the fall. The tower, then, is this reveal. The Dark Hour is not truly over, but instead all that the party has been striving towards has been for naught. Old beliefs are shattered and all hope seems to be lost. The party gives themselves over to despair, some more than others, and they are left to pick up the pieces following Akutsuki's death. Hope is eventually rekindled, however, with the star as the party continues to move forward. The remaining characters each find their reasons to keep living, with Yukari learning the truth of her father, Mitsuru finding a new purpose, and Junpei deciding to continue living in Chidori's memory. This hope is tested through the Moon Arcana and all of the fear that it brings. It offers an illusion should the party wish to take it, as Ryoji lays out all the cards on the table. The world will soon be coming to an end, and should they wish, he can grant them the peace of ignorance. Throughout December, the entire team feels weighed down by the terror of knowing death is coming for them, and yet despite that, everyone comes to the same conclusion. They do not wish to turn away from the truth anymore. They will face death head-on. The sun is the ultimate expression of this resolve, as backed by the resolve of his companions, Makoto refuses to kill Ryoji. Looking back upon all that he has been through, Makoto decides that all of their suffering has not been in vain, but instead has made the team and himself stronger. He vows to fight Nyx with his head held high, and that is a wish that Ryoji is forced to accept. SEAS at this point is disbanded, and the birth of the Nyx Annihilation team is also the birth of the Judgment Arcana. Only now does the party gain access to the highest floors of Tartarus, the heavenly block of Adama, and it is through ascending these last few floors that the social link advances. After each victory over their foes, the team looks back over all that they have gone through. The pain and the suffering and the sacrifices they have made, but also the growth that they have achieved and the meaning they have found within their lives. They climb to confront Nyx on the promised day, displaying for all to see the conviction they hold to live their lives to the fullest. They would stand against death itself, that inevitable fate, unwilling to simply accept a premature end to their story. January 31st would arrive all too soon, and before the team heads out towards Tartarus, they would hold one last meeting in the control room. There, Yukari would stand up and gather the group's attention to make an announcement. Once they defeat Nyx, the Dark Hour will disappear along with her, and it's more than likely that their memories will also vanish into the night. However, she doesn't want to forget each of them, and it's a sentiment shared by each other member of the team. Feeling pumped, Junpei would suggest that once the battle is over, the team should all meet up once again. The date and location should both be special, as if they are rather ordinary, such as the dorm, then their promise could be easily forgotten. Their memories are unlikely to all disappear right away, so it should be at some point in the future, and so Yukari suggests getting together on graduation day. It's a day with significance to everyone, making it easy to remember, and as for the location, Mitsuru suggests somewhere they can see that peace has returned to the city. The school roof overlooking Iwatodai would be their chosen place, and each member of the team would vow to see each other again once this ordeal is over. For the last time, the team would leave the control room and head in the direction of that cursed tower. No matter what happens, whether good or bad, tonight would be the night that Tartarus would fall. One last time, seas would ascend through Tartarus, and as they do, I want to take a look at Tartarus and the various blocks that comprise its structure, as the names of each section are rather intriguing. The names of the 6 blocks all come from a form of Jewish mysticism called Kabbalah, corresponding to the 7 Earths. When God created heaven, it was split into 7 heavens, and thus the Earth was split apart to serve as a sort of mirror to them. As such, each of these Earths are stacked one on top of the other to create various underground realms. In Judaism, there isn't really a hell like there is in Christianity, although these realms, especially the lower ones, might be akin to hell. Seeing as Christianity is an offshoot of Judaism, the concept of hell itself may have even stemmed from one or several of these Earths. Such is the case, it feels rather fitting then that each of the blocks of Tartarus are named after the layers of this realm. Tartarus is akin to hell in not just the Greek myth, but also within Persona 3. It is the home of the shadows, who are akin to demons, and it is from this tower that the Dark Hour is cast, sowing suffering across humanity. Once again, similar to Kalanemi, I'm not overly familiar with Kabbalah Judaism, and may get a few things wrong here or there, and most certainly mispronounce all of the names presented. I have spent quite a bit of time performing research, but had a harder time trying to find specifics on each of these different Earths than I did for Kalanemi. If someone is more knowledgeable on the esoteric topic, I invite you to correct me in the comments. Otherwise, I will present this topic to the best of my abilities. The Earths in-game are presented slightly out of order, and so I'll mention where each Earth lies as we work our way up the tower. As we do, I will note the direction that the Earths are placed. The first Earth, Eretz, is the only one that is not represented in-game, and it lies furthest down below the ground. The inverse then, the 7th Earth, is Tebel, meaning world in Hebrew, which lies at the top. This Earth is the most important of all, as it is the one that we as humanity are said to inhabit. This is the most abundant of the 7 Earths, as it is the only one that yields grain, and thus the only one in which bread is baked. It is this Earth where God handed down his commandments, and where humanity shall be judged come the end of days. Most importantly of all, it is the Earth where the Holy Land of Jerusalem was first created, with all other lands across it coming afterwards. Despite the fact that Tebel is meant to be the highest of the Earths, it is the one that sits at the bottom of Tartarus. One reasoning for this is that it is the closest to humanity and the physical world it is meant to represent. Another, more sinister answer, however, is that Tartarus itself is meant to be made in the mockery of the heavens. A third potential answer is that as we climb higher through Tartarus, we are ascending towards the primordial Eretz, a theory that will make more sense by the end. As it is, Thebel feels the most grounded of the blocks of Tartarus. It still somewhat looks like Gekkoukan High School, albeit twisting and distorted, but at least recognizable. Arca, however, is less so. Below Tebel lies the 6th Earth, the name of which simply translates to ground. Arca is not as clearly described a place as some of the other Earths, and there is even some disagreement as to its connection with the Void. What little I could find of Arca states that this is the Earth where many of God's angels dwell, waiting to be sent out on special missions. They are under the command of the Archangel Uriel, who oversees not just Arca, but all of the other Earths below it. If I had to guess, this is where the faces on the walls come from. It is possible these faces are meant to be depictions of divine angels positioned all around to judge our efforts. Yabasha, the 3rd block of Tartarus, actually links more closely to Nashia, the 4th Earth, than the 5th one. It is also one of the more unique Earths, as the name does not relate to physical Earth in any way. Instead, Nashia means oblivion, as it is without form. While Arca's connection to the concept of void is speculative, Nashia serves as the stronger contender as to which Earth serves as a forgotten realm. And yet, despite being forgotten, both people and angels are said to dwell here. The people are both disfigured and diminutive, their memories just as hazy as the realm that they inhabit. On the other hand, the angel that dwells within this Earth is named Padael, and serves as an angel of mercy. It is he who opens the gates upon seeing people pray or repent so that their prayers may be accepted by the heavens. Yabasha has a strange industrial design, and I wonder if this is an attempt to create a formless space in concept. Having a truly formless block would be rather dull and uninteresting since there would be nothing to look at, and so instead Yabasha looks as though structure and form are breaking down. Stairs and ladders lead to nowhere, buildings rise in seemingly random directions, and wheels spin endlessly on curved and distorted platforms. Formlessness isn't what this block is, but what it's becoming. Zia is a much more straightforward concept, as there is much more to talk about. The 5th Earth, which translates to desert, is said to be completely barren, with nothing good coming from it. The inhabitants here, while devoid of true success, are all said to be incredibly rich. This translates rather well into the block's opulent design. These humans, however, are described rather paradoxically. There are as many as nearly 400 different types of humanoids, which are all described as incredibly handsome alongside their wealth. Yet, they are also said to have mismatched heads and bodies of humans, lions, serpents, and other horrific creatures, and seeing as only Tebel could support the growing of grains, they would make their way there to devour people. The angels that reside here all sing to the glory of God in the early hours of the morning, rousing others to join their hymns. The great angel Kadashiel leads their chorus, their song beginning at dawn and bringing in other angels and even the stars themselves. The desolation of Zia being a desert also aligns it with another angel, that being Death. It's at this level that I want to mention the actual ordering of these Earths. I could not find any one definitive order that the Earths are organized, however, there was a common order that arose numerous times. This is the order I've been referring to as we climb, as not only is it the one I have found most common, but it also closely matches the order the blocks of Tartarus are presented in. It's Zia, along with Nashia, that are the only oddities in this order, as it is Zia that comes after Arca despite Yabasha taking its place in game. After that, however, we get to what is possibly the most interesting Earth, that being Ge. At least, it has the potential to be the most interesting, as it's a bit unclear as to whether or not this Earth or Zia is the one that contains Gehenna. In its original myth, Gehenna was a place that had been cursed after a number of kings sacrificed their children as a ritual to the god Moloch, and is actually a real place on Earth. The original Hebrew name, Gehinnom, actually translates to the Valley of Hinnom, and across the centuries people have attempted to find this valley by comparing various places to the biblical account. Later accounts, however, took the legend of Gehenna into a much more spiritual direction. It became the name of a place where wicked and sinful souls would undergo a form of purification. This purification would last for 12 months, with every Sunday, otherwise known as the Sabbath, being a day of rest. Gehenna, being associated with Zia, seems to stem from the concept that it is a place of death, portraying this purifying land as a vast wilderness, but the more intriguing connection would be to Ge. Ge already means valley, and is said to be a land of light and flame. The angels here, led by Samael, who is otherwise known as the Angel of Death, are agents of destruction and sin. They are tempters of vice, and Samael's other titles include the Poison of God, the Accuser, and even the Adversary. It's not hard then to draw the parallels between Gehenna and the Christian Hell, and Gehenna is even translated as such in the King James edition of the Bible. However, Samael is not evil, and Gehenna is not a place of punishment. Even the angels that serve under him, while analogous to the fallen angels or demons of Christian faith, work in the service of God rather than against him. The idea here is not eternal hellfire, but spiritual cleansing before being allowed to leave and enter the kingdom of God. If anything, Gehenna is closer to purgatory than the Christian hell. Haraba, another name for the earth Ge, is rather psychedelic as presented in-game, with a rainbow of flashing colors all over the place. Why exactly this is, I'm not entirely sure, but if I had to make a guess, this interpretation is meant to serve as a hell of its own. It becomes a twisting labyrinth of dizzying colors and spiral shapes, which are meant to disorient those that wander inside. While I doubt it was the intention of the developers, I can then see a parallel between the hell being presented and to the horrors of psychedelic drugs. Once one has gone too far in, having taken too much, the world becomes a chaotic hell of colors and sensations. It's a bit of a stretch with nothing to back it up, but I recall the first time I explored this area it felt like some kind of acid trip, and I have heard many accounts online of drug trips going horribly wrong. Curiously, looking back on the origins of Gehenna, it seems fitting we gain access to Haraba following the events of November's full moon. It's only after Akutsuki attempts to sacrifice a bunch of children that we are given access to something akin to hell itself. This finally brings us to Adama, the top of Tartarus and the second Earth. It is by far the most heavenly looking out of Tartarus's blocks, as it is composed of gleaming white crystals and geometric patterns. This is in stark contrast to the Adama of myth, which is said to be a place with very little light, and so why it is presented this way in-game, I can only speculate. It could be that because this is the highest block of Tartarus, it is the closest to the heavens themselves, or it could have something to do with the angels that watch over this place. Led by Kadumiel, the angels of Adama are tempters of sin similar to those of Ge, but these ones feel more like they are testing humanity in a divine sense. This is because, whether a man sins or commits to virtue, these angels will record a person's deeds within a book and deliver it up to the hands of God. There, the person's actions will be judged, and when they die, they will either be sent to Gehenna, the paradise of Gan Eden, or Sheol, the land of the dead. It is from Adama that sin begins, rather than with Ge and Gehenna, and the reason for this is in the name of this earth. Adama means soil, and it is from soil and dust that God created the first man, Adam. It is from Adam and his consort Eve that sin would originate, with the devouring of the apple from the tree of knowledge, and thus sin is baked into primordial, human earth. Despite being the highest block of Tartarus, it is only the second lowest earth. The deepest earth, the first, is Eretz, and there is very little that is known of this place. Eretz simply translates to land, and it is said to be an earth without any light. It is a land of darkness and storms, feeling almost primordial or foundational, as it is from here that all other earths lay upon. It is ruled by the angel Tahariel, who supposedly glows like flame. Curiously, this being can only be seen at night, as once the day comes, he descends once more into the abyss. And yet, its absence within Persona 3 may actually be a hint towards a greater truth that we have yet to stumble upon. That above Adama, above the structure of Tartarus, Eretz awaits us. A primordial place where Nyx's true throne lies. And while it may not be named as such in-game, we will need to ascend to Eretz should we wish to confront death and end the Dark Hour forevermore. Once the party has reached the heights of Adama once more, the final barricade falls away, and the path to the top is now open. Rather than the next floor being the top, however, there is still more of Tartarus left to climb, and so the team wipes out any shadows they come across and continue their ascension. However, they would not make it far before encountering a different sort of roadblock. Fuka can sense Strega waiting for the party higher up the tower, and after a few more floors they would find Jin waiting for them. Takaya went on ahead, climbing towards his great destiny, while Jin remained behind to deal with Seize should they decide to face off against Nyx. As for how Strega knows about Nyx, Jin managed to piece some information together based off of Akutsuki's notes. When asked how he knows Akutsuki, Jin informs the party that the former chairman was actually one of the researchers who experimented upon Strega, but any more of an explanation would be useless at this point. After all, the world will soon be coming to an end. While Nyx can't be stopped, Jin can't allow the team to interfere with Takaya's wishes, as neither of them have much longer to live, due to the effects of the suppression pills. Before that comes, Takaya wishes to see the world come to an end, and Jin decides here and now to prevent Seas from reaching him. This rematch against Jin is about as difficult as the original fight, but seeing as he is the first of 3 bosses to stand in our way, being easy isn't too much of a problem. That said, Jin has overhauled his moveset, giving him a wider variety of spells to play with. He still has his instant kill spells from the first fight, but now has access to light in addition to darkness. Beyond that, Jin feels as though he should be a stall-type boss similar to Chidori, but it doesn't really come through. He has access to status afflictions that hit the entire party, including Poison, Charm, and Enrage, but they aren't used often enough to pose much of a problem. Instead, Jin now has access to high-power single-target spells and mid-power multi-target spells for each damage type. The idea is that Jin will attempt to figure out each party member's weaknesses before exploiting them to try and get extra turns. However, in practice, Jin rarely exploits a character's weakness intentionally, instead relying on his multi-target spells to damage everyone at once. Unlike later games, multi-target spells will only earn an extra turn if every opponent has been knocked down, and this contributes to lowering the fight's difficulty. Jin's persona, Moros, is another child of Nyx, much like Thanatos. However, where Thanatos is the incarnation of death itself, referring to the moment a person passes on, Moros is a little more abstract. Moros is the personification of doom, representing that all things must die. He is often associated with his siblings, the Moirae, who spin the threads of a person's life, and waits by the side of Atropos for when she cuts the thread. On occasion, Moros would reveal to mortals the date of their impending deaths, and the weight of such knowledge would fill them with anguish and sorrow. As a result, Moros also became associated with depression, as his words of doom afflicted all those who heard him. There really isn't much else within mythology beyond that, as Moros wasn't a god that appeared in many tales. Instead, his presence was meant to illustrate inevitability and unavoidable fate. When the Romans adopted much of historical Greek mythology, Moros would essentially be overhauled into the deity Fatum, the incarnation of fate. While aspects of inevitability remain, Fatum is a lot more associated with the turning of the wheel of fate rather than certain doom, and the idea that nobody can outrun their destiny. Despite this, Jin actually belongs to the Hermit Arcana rather than the Wheel of Fortune. Instead, Takaya would be aligned with the Fortune Arcana, while Chidori once stood as the Hanged Man. As for the design of Moros, I don't have too much to say about it, as there isn't much of a physical description to tie back to the original myth. Instead, Moros was said to be formless, which doesn't really lend itself well to being translated into a character's design, and so I'm not entirely sure what the inspiration behind this incarnation of Moros is. Its body is made up of several spinning tops stacked on top of each other with numbers written all along the sides. This feels like it would tie into Fortuna, the goddess of luck and chance, as the idea of spinning a top to see what number it lands on doesn't exactly fit with predestined fate. One connection I can draw, albeit a rather weak one, is that Moros looks somewhat mechanical, tying into Jin's skills with computers and mechanical equipment. Overall, Moros is just a rather confusing design to me, as it feels so all over the place with what it is, and doesn't really have any connection to the mythical figure. While one may think that it was a mistake then to assign Moros to Jin, I think the idea of inevitability and doom align rather well with him. Jin forms a sort of duality with Takaya and his persona Hypnos. On one hand, death being envisioned as simply going to sleep sweetens the words that Takaya speaks to the public, as though Nyx's salvation is not quite as bad as believed. Standing behind him, however, is Takaya's right hand who understands the truth of what Nyx's coming means. Jin is far less charismatic than Takaya, and his words aren't quite so convincing. With the nicety stripped away, Moros is the representation of Strega's true goals and beliefs. Strega lives only for the moment, understanding that they cannot escape death. Instead, they choose to live their lives as they wish, but unlike Seas, who came to the same decision as them, Strega uses this idea as an excuse to cause harm upon others. To them, it's not life itself that is worth living, and it's not about what sort of positive impact one can leave on the world. Instead, their ideology is all about taking what one wants simply because they can. If one is going to die anyways, then the consequences won't matter once we're gone. Now, they wish to see the greatest calamity the world has known come to fruition, and even if Takaya hides the truth of it behind the veil of sleep, Jin cannot help but present the truth. The arrival of Nyx is the end of everything. It is unavoidable doom, and rather than salvation, Strega is only welcoming destruction upon this world. Once Jin has been defeated, he asks the party to quickly finish him off and end his life. When Akihiko asks what it is that makes him so loyal to Takaya that he would throw his life away, Jin begins to explain their history. After the accident 10 years ago, the Kirijo group kidnapped orphan children and experimented upon them, artificially awakening their personas. Their goal was to assemble a team to investigate Tartarus, but the project was cancelled after only 6 months. Of the 100 children who were taken in and experimented on, only 3 survived. These 3 children were Takaya, Chidori, and Jin, and part of that reason was because of Takaya's philosophy. The past cannot control us, and the future holds nothing of value. Only the moment is worth living for. It is for this reason that Jin is so loyal and will do anything to see Takaya's wish fulfilled. Before they can continue their conversation, shadows crawl up through the tower, ambushing the party. Although they are initially unwilling to simply leave Jin there to die, he yells out that he doesn't want their pity, and with Nyx's arrival growing imminent, they are forced to leave him behind. As the shadows move in, however, Jin would decide that he would not let himself be devoured. Holding on to the very end, Jin would decide to go out on his own terms, and the party hears an explosion behind them from one of Jin's grenades. It gives them pause, only for a moment before they race on ahead. A few more floors up, Takaya would be simply sitting by the side of a large room. When told to stand down, Takaya informs the party that he isn't actually standing in their way, and they are free to continue on if they please. However, he asks them to consider their final moments. It is hopeless to stand up against Nyx, so why not celebrate the coming of the end instead? Yukari would tell him to stop his preaching, and Takaya would set the record straight. His life was ripped away from him, and he was given a power he neither wanted nor asked for. Through that experience, however, he learned there was no future to hold on to. Only by living every moment to its fullest potential can the soul be satisfied. To bring about the end is to rejoice in one's final moments, and it is not just Strega who wishes to bring about the fall. Many have adopted this mindset, having joined the cult waiting for Nyx's arrival, as no one person is truly responsible for her coming. The salvation Nyx brings is to save humanity from the meaninglessness of life, as whatever purpose life once held was lost long ago. Despite the party attempting to prevent the fall, they only ushered in her awakening, and when the party tries to argue against Takaya, Aigis points out there is truth in his words. Humanity has lost its way, but that doesn't mean it can't find it again. Their presence here is proof of that, as they have found their purpose and their will to continue living. Such an idea is laughable to Takaya, as truth lost can never again be found. There is no meaning to life other than that we exist only to die, and the foolishness in believing otherwise is exactly what Takaya is attempting to rid from the world.
If you insist on asserting your way of living, then I shall do the same. The coming of Nyx is but moments away!
Only one final member of Strega remains standing, and this rematch with Takaya would prove to be our final confrontation. Unlike Jin, Takaya's moveset has barely changed since the initial battle. He still has access to each of the heavy-hitting single-target spells for each element, although he now boasts the amp skills to boost the damage of each element by 50%. Other than that, Megiddo has been upgraded to Megadola, and that's it. It results in a similar fight to the first one, with the exception of Jin's absence, although this time Takaya's attacks hit much harder and have an easier time knocking people out if he hits a weakness. If Jin's purpose was to slow us down to stop us from getting to Takaya, then Takaya's purpose is to wear us out before we can reach Nyx. Of the various members of Strega, Takaya is the most interesting to me, and a large part of it is his role within the story. Takaya's ideals of living each moment to the fullest is inherently in line with the game's themes of getting the most out of life, but Strega pushes this to the most extreme degree. Because they do not believe in their futures, they do not care about the consequences of their actions, and use their powers as justification to commit wicked acts. As for why they do it, it's simply because they can. This philosophy stems from Takaya himself, as it was likely a coping mechanism he developed during the experiments. Now, however, that ideology has led him towards siding with Nyx in bringing down the Fall, and forms a bit of a strange trio with Makoto and Ryoji. Where Makoto is said to be a Christ-like figure through his actions, and Ryoji is a twisted idea of Jesus, Takaya is more directly an analogy for the Antichrist. Where Ryoji serves as an Antichrist through his perversion of Jesus' love for mankind and through his existence being what triggers the fall, Takaya takes a more active role in bringing about the apocalypse, and in converting other people to his side. Where Ryoji has simply accepted that mass death is an inevitability, Takaya welcomes the destruction to come, and looks forward to the world accepting his view that only in death can we find purpose. Even his design is meant to evoke the idea of Christ, as his hairstyle and facial hair are meant to emulate many classic depictions of Jesus. The cord around his head is akin to the crown of thorns worn by Christ, and both of them hold on to worldviews based around human suffering. Even Takaya's defeat animation has him spread his arms out to the side as he falls, leaving him in a pose similar to being crucified. However, Takaya takes this image and twists it into a darker picture. He's emaciated and pale, which already comes off as rather off-putting, and his arms are covered in tattoos. While that may not be such a big deal here in the West, tattoos are a much bigger deal in Japan, as they have the connotation that one is connected to the Yakuza. Overall, the base visage of Christ is there to make Takaya feel like some sort of spiritual leader, but there is enough to the design to make him feel untrustworthy. Of course, this is all by design, and it's rather interesting to look back on the artist's design process. According to Shigenori Soejima, a character artist for many of Atlus's games, Takaya was based around the idea of a charismatic cult leader. Originally, the design was more handsome and cool, with Takaya being clean-shaven with his hair slicked back, as the idea was to create a character whose source of power is his voice. Someone who can garner support from the populace despite clearly being rather suspicious. And the current design only came about through attempting to make Takaya look more antagonistic. This all leads into his actions during the last 2 months of the game, as with the reveal of Nyx and the coming of the Fall, Takaya has taken to spreading his ideology to others through an online cult. Takaya's persona, Hypnos, is another interesting case to look at in terms of the storytelling at work. Hypnos is the incarnation of sleep and a sibling to Thanatos, Nemesis, and Moros. His home within the underworld near the river Lethe, where souls have their memories erased, is said to be filled with poppies and other plants that can induce sleep within people. He's also typically found living near Thanatos and surrounded by his many siblings, the Onoroi, the incarnations of dreams. The important part isn't so much who Hypnos was, but rather what he represented, as sleep is a core metaphor within Takaya's worldview. There is the saying that sleep is akin to death, and I think that may be something Takaya preaches to his followers. The fall is depicted as some salvation to those who buy into it, with humanity simply drifting off to sleep to live in paradise within their dreams. Of course, the truth of the matter is far more brutal, but his sweetened words make it sound like a blessing. It leaves Takaya close to a bringer of death, but not death itself, working within the confines of the story. He may not be helping Nyx to arrive, but he is doing his best to prepare the people of Iwatodai to accept her. The actual design of the persona conveys what this sleep actually looks like, as it is a rather grotesque and visceral thing. The main body is slumped over as though in sleep, but the sickly grayish-green color to me signifies rot and decay, as though the figure is already dead. The red veins all over its body and extending out of the spine add to a sense of body horror the design is striving for, as though there is still some life left within this corpse. Once again, sleep is like death, but not quite the same. In the end, all of this points towards who Takaya actually is, a prophet for the coming of death. He is here to welcome the apocalypse with open arms, and as the last member standing of Strega, he will see his wish fulfilled. Even with the power within that he can hardly contain, however, Takaya's persona is still one that was artificially awoken, kept in check only using life-destroying medication. Takaya may be powerful, able to summon his persona without the need for an evoker, but it still pales in comparison to one who is woken naturally. With Takaya laying on the ground, the party looking down at him, he asks for them to end his life. Aegis would step forward, asking if he is afraid, to which Takaya reiterates that death is not something to be feared. He is unwilling to elaborate further on what exactly he means, simply waiting for death to come claim him, but it wouldn't come at the hands of the party. There would be no reason to kill an enemy who is already knocked down, so instead Mitsuru reassures Takaya that he will get to live to see whether or not his wish comes true. As Takaya slips into unconsciousness, the last obstacle placed in Caesar's way now lies dismantled, and all that awaits is the top of the tower. No other floors lie between this one and the top, and so after taking a moment to get ready, the team climbs the final set of stairs. Atop the tower, the scenery bathed in grey and green, the moon hangs full and bright, an imposing watcher over what is to come. As the party looks towards the heavens, Fuka can sense something powerful approaching, even without the use of Juno. Something great, something terrible, and something uncomfortably familiar. The great avatar of Nyx, as it turns out, is Ryoji himself. His role was to serve as a harbinger of the fall, and in truth his efforts were to pave the way for his own arrival. It catches the team off guard, but does little to sway their decision. Even if Nyx is Ryoji, they aren't going to stand down. Even if Nyx is inevitable, a promise spoken to each living thing from the day they are born that they will fall to her embrace, they still wish to fight. Having heard their decision, Nyx accepts that this is the way that things are, and prepares to make its attack. However, her presence has begun to rile up the shadows down below, drawing them up towards her. Mitsuru calls for those not fighting Nyx to hold off the approaching shadows, while the rest face off against death herself. Nyx is an absolute juggernaut of a boss fight, although it does not initially seem to be that way. She just stands there watching the party as they chip away at her surprisingly small health pool. However, once that bar is depleted, the gimmick of the first half of the fight is revealed. Nyx is broadly divided into two primary phases with many sub-phases, the first of which involves repeatedly progressing along the major arcana, starting with the Fool. As a result, the player will need to wear down Nyx 13 times, dealing with a new arcana with each subphase. This changes not just Nyx's attacks, but also her resistances and immunities, resulting in an increasingly more difficult fight that leaves the player guessing as to the most effective way to take her out. The first few arcana are rather simple, with Nyx switching between different elemental skills. In order, these are fire, ice, air, electricity, and high critical physical attacks for the Magician, High Priestess, Empress, Emperor, and Hierophant. After that, the Lover specializes in afflicting ailments, the Chariot uses power charge physical attacks, Justice uses instant kill light attacks, and the Hermit uses a mix of instant kill darkness attacks and defensive spells. Finally, Fortune uses every elemental type, Strength is a more powerful version of the Chariot, and the Hanged Man utilizes more instant kill darkness spells and almighty spells. Overall, this first phase is a lot of fun to try and navigate, especially when it comes to seeing what works and what doesn't. While some resistances are rather obvious with the Magician to Emperor draining their respective elements, others prove a bit more troublesome. Fortune nullifies every elemental type, forcing the player to rely on physical skills, while Strength is the opposite, nullifying all physical strikes. Not only that, but some forms such as the Hangman have a passive resistance to certain damage types that cannot be negated using things such as elemental break spells. Perhaps the most difficult one to deal with is the Chariot, as not only does it nullify all physical damage, but Nyx also takes half damage from all elemental spells. Nyx is also capable of moving twice each turn, allowing it to both charge up and attack within the same turn, without allowing the player to choose to guard the attack. It's a fun challenge, and definitely a long phase, seeing as each of the 13 Arcana have 1500 health each. For reference, this is as much health as Jin and Takaya originally had individually during their first encounter, with that number increasing to 5,000 and 7,000 during their rematch fights. It ensures that none of these phases really outstay their welcome, with the player always making meaningful progress towards the next Arcana whenever they attack. However, it is once that final health bar reaches its end that Nyx enters into Phase 2. Nyx's true Arcana is Death, and at last the real fight begins. This second phase has 4 times as much health as any other phase, however, it is effectively double that amount due to Nyx's resistances. She has a passive 50% damage reduction to all damage other than Almighty, and with this being the final fight of the game, she does not hold back her attacks. It can make for an incredibly long fight, easily taking someone up to 2 hours if they don't have any Almighty spells. Her moveset at this point uses a little bit of everything from the previous Arcana phases, with access to the heavy damage single target and multi-target options for each damage type. Along with that, Nyx also has the break spell for each elemental type, along with power charge and mind charge to buff her next physical and magic attack, self-buff spells and party-wide debuff spells, buff and debuff nullification, and a variety of party-wide status affliction spells. Should all that fail to stop the party, Nyx can also unleash Megadola to deal heavy almighty damage to the entire party. As for who Nyx is within mythology, she is not death, but instead the personification of night, and is a rather important and prominent deity. She emerged from chaos alongside her brother Erebus, the personification of darkness, and the two of them spawned a number of children. Some of these children, such as Aether, the incarnation of the sky, and Hemera, the incarnation of the day, are confirmed to be sired by Erebus, but many others potentially came from Nyx alone. These include Moros, Thanatos, Hypnos, Nemesis, and many others, most of whom represent generally negative emotions and concepts such as spite, blame, and deceit. She is an immensely powerful deity, but rarely appears in many myths, instead operating in the background through her influence and reputation. It is a reputation that even Zeus himself feared, as when he was put to sleep by Hypnos at the request of Hera, Hypnos would flee into his mother's arms to escape the thunder god's wrath. Nyx lives in a house far to the west alongside her daughter Hemera, although the two see each other only for a few moments each day. While one waits at home, the other leaves and travels across the world, bringing day and night with them. When Nyx travels the Earth, she walks wrapped in vaporous clouds of starlight, sometimes accompanied by her son Hypnos within her arms. Perhaps one of the most immediate connections between the Nyx of mythology and the Nyx of the game are the many children she has. Namely, these include Thanatos, Nemesis, Hypnos, and Moros, the personas of Ryoji, Ken, Takaya, and Jin. While the relation between Ryoji and Nyx is rather obvious, with Ryoji simply being the consciousness of Nyx that was sealed away and had all of its memories erased, the connection with the other 3 characters is more of a connection between their mindsets. Strega saw no meaning in their life and lived as though they would die at any moment. Ken saw no value in his own life beyond achieving his vengeance. All 3 of them accepted death within their hearts, allowing their nihilism to guide their actions. For Ken, his persona transforming into Kala Nemi feels as though that is the moment he rejects death and Nyx's promise for salvation. This only leaves Chidori as the odd man out, but I feel as though the reason her persona was not tied to Nyx was because her story deals with her finding a reason to live. With the story being as it is, she would not have had the opportunity to transform her persona before her death to signal this change in mindset, whereas Ken is afforded that luxury. Beyond the connection to the characters of the story, Nyx's connection to night is something else that can't exactly be overlooked. There's a reason why the Dark Hour appears at midnight rather than at any other time during the day, and why the player is able to explore Tartarus only at night. It was under her watchful gaze that we ventured out in search of answers, and beneath the light of the moon, we would fight against the darkness. Being the primordial personification of night, it only seems fitting for her influence to make itself known only during the Dark Hour. Nyx also has some more lore to her, although it isn't exactly found in-game. Instead, in one of the books released after the game, we're given more context as to who Nyx is and her influence on the world. Originally, the world was one without death, with creatures growing and splitting off from one another to create a bountiful haven of life. However, a star-devouring entity crashed into the planet, and the resulting cataclysm separated mind from body. The psyche of Nyx would dwell within the collective unconscious of these early organisms, and the body would lie dormant out in space. The unconscious will to continue living would keep Nyx's mind sealed within the collective unconscious. But when more sophisticated creatures such as humans emerged, the fall had already begun. While it took a long time, the chains began to release as people grew apathetic towards life, and once people began to wish for death, Nyx would reawaken. When that day came, mind and body would be unified once again, and all shadows would be ripped from human minds, killing them in the process. However, the Kirijo group discovered that if they gathered enough shadows, they could artificially reawaken Nyx and trigger the fall, and so the experiments during the 90s took place. Although Eiichiro Takaba attempted to thwart this process, Nyx's avatar was born in an incomplete state, and was sealed within Makoto while its other pieces fled into the night. Pieces of Nyx's body fell upon the earth as crystallized feathers called plumes of dusk. These would be studied by the Kirijo group and harnessed to create specialized electronic equipment that functioned during the Dark Hour. This includes the Evokers, Mitsuru's motorcycle, and the anti-shadow suppression weapons. As Iga stated, she possesses an artificial psyche housed within something called a papillon heart, where it turns out 2 of these plumes are arranged similar to that of a butterfly. How one feels about all this information is ultimately up to them. At the end of the day, it's extra information found outside of the game, but it does something unique with Nyx that no other Persona deity has done as of the time of writing. Other ultimate antagonists, namely Pandora, Nyarlathotep, Izanami, and Yaldabaoth, all stem from humanity. With the exception of Pandora, each of these beings are representations of humanity's collective psyche, but Nyx is another being entirely. She exists within the unconscious minds of mankind, but is in reality a foreign entity. While the sub-phases of Phase 2 are not quite as obvious as the shifting arcana, the second phase of Nyx can be divided up into 3 sub-phases of its own based on how much damage she has taken, each of which will add new spells to her arsenal. At 80% health, Nyx gains access to Moonless Gown, which will reflect all attacks against the party as almighty damage for 3 turns. During this time, Nyx will typically buff herself while remaining untouchable, forcing the player to back off, and either buff themselves or attempt to debuff Nyx. Around 25% health, Nyx also gains access to her most dangerous spell, Night Queen. Night Queen deals severe almighty damage to the party, and were that not already bad enough, it also has the chance to inflict a random status ailment onto each party member. These can range from easily dealt with afflictions such as panic or rage to more annoying threats such as poison or fear. Probably one of the worst things that can happen is if a party member is charmed, even more so if that party member is a healer with access to spells that restore all of a target's health. Something that definitely did not happen to me. Overall, I love the final battle against Nyx's avatar. Not only is it my favorite fight across the entire game, but also one of my favorite boss fights of all time. The game demands the player make full use of their arsenal, and should they come unprepared, Nyx will wipe the floor with them. The first phase encourages the player to switch their various personas to get around damage resistances and make use of Fuka to identify ways around her defenses, while the second phase is more of a gauntlet of heavy-hitting attacks. The difficulty of this boss feeds into the idea that Nyx truly is unbeatable. While Ryoji, Takaya, and Nyx herself have all said as much, words mean nothing compared to facing her yourself, and this expectation for a hard fight is rewarded with a boss who is certainly no pushover. Should the player fail and fall before her, it means having to go back through that initial phase again, fighting the Arcana one at a time before returning to death once again. Every available resource is needed in order to push through the fight, and a good handle on the tactic system to ensure each of the player's party members are performing the correct actions at the right time. It's a difficult challenge that I believe perfectly rounds out the end of the game, and despite all odds, the party would emerge victorious from the encounter. With one final hit, Nyx's avatar would be vanquished and the fall averted. Except, even after Nyx's avatar has been defeated, she would rise again once more. She comments how much of a pity it is that the party has strived so hard to fight against their own destiny, and if others were like them, then perhaps the fall really could have been avoided. However, it's far too late now. Rising into the air, Nyx would reveal her true form, and commences with the destruction of all life.
The moon! Oh, what is that?
This can't be real.
Soon. Soon it will descend upon us. Upon us all.
What the hell is going on here?
What is the sky?
What is that?
What's raining at me? What is that? Some kind of was it built?
Look at the moon! It's glorious!
Just as the prophecy foretold!
The end of the world! It's really here! Everything they said was true!
Only now does Takaya arrive, able to witness the end of all with his own eyes. He mocks the party for how all of their struggles have been in vain, collapsing onto the ground once again. When Fuka looks up into the sky, however, she can sense that something is imminently approaching, and the party would turn their gaze towards the heavens.
What is this? This is nothing.
How ridiculous. Are you out of your mind?
Look who's talking!
Death is imminent. Surely you know this. What do you hope to accomplish now? I wanted to see the end with my own eyes. Jin.
I will never give up. Never!
Why resist that which is inevitable? You'll only suffer.
Damn it! I won't back down!
I've made up my mind. I'll fight till the end!
Ken! Son of a...
We have come this far. I will not submit!
In the streets down below, people are running panicked through the streets, and among them would be Natsuki arriving at the shrine. There, many familiar faces would be staring up towards the sky, and Natsuki does her best to calm down. She thinks back to when Fuka saved her from the Empress and Emperor shadows, vowing not to give up hope. Through the bond they have shared, Natsuki can tell Fuka is still alive, but she is not the only one to have forged such strong relationships. Falling into unconsciousness once again, Makoto would find himself being brought into the Velvet Room, having been summoned by Igor. He reassures Makoto that he's still alive and asks that he take a moment to listen to the many voices of those he's come to know. Each holds power within them, however limited, yet all of them cry out towards Makoto. For each social link that the player has finished, each character will call out towards Makoto, telling him not to give up hope. He stood beside them when they needed him and helped them overcome their issues. Now they will return the favor, lending them their power in Makoto's time of need. Individually, each person holds only a small amount of power, but as each of them offers it for Makoto to use, something miraculous happens. Drawing on his bonds, Makoto would forge an arcana Igor had only ever dreamed of eventually seeing. The 21st Arcana, the world, has the potential to bring about a new beginning or the final ending. All is possible with such a card, and it is Makoto's to do with as he wishes. Elizabeth informs Makoto that they will soon be arriving at their destination, and Igor says one last time that he must accept his destiny. The contract has been fulfilled, Igor's role has been completed, and before they part ways, Igor tells Makoto that he has been a truly remarkable guest.
No, don't go! What is he doing?
Damn it! Why the hell can't I stand up?
Why? After all we've been through! Stop! Don't do this! Come back!
I will.
Here, within the core of Eretz lies Nyx itself, and it wields death as a weapon. It tries to bring it down upon Makoto, who only barely holds on, and all attacks against it seem ineffectual. All seems hopeless, but even here, Makoto's bonds manage to reach him. The voices of the party break through, lending Makoto their strength to help him overcome this final obstacle. They cry out, offering up their own lives if that's what it takes, and Makoto's weary form regains its vitality. Against such overwhelming hope and the strength of the bonds Makoto has forged, Nyx's attacks begin to fail it. They miss at first before being blocked entirely, and Makoto stands with his head held high, backed up by all of his friends. With even the voice of Shinjiro whispering in his ears, encouraging him one last time, Makoto would wield the World Arcana. With it, he gains access to a new spell, the Great Seal. To use it, it will cost him all of his health, but without any doubts in his mind, Makoto would call upon it and cast his final attack. Once all has been finished, seas would awaken within a starry void, wondering if this is death or if Makoto actually managed to prevent the fall. Fuka can't sense Makoto anywhere, and it seems as though he had sacrificed himself for the sake of the world. It fills them all with a sense of anguish until Yukari calls out into the void, begging to hear his voice to let them know he's okay. The rest would join in with her, and their hopes would be answered. Not only would Makoto respond, but Ryoji's voice would make itself known, letting them all know that he will go to sleep once more. The world will return to normal, and Makoto will return, having found the answer to the meaning of life. The others will come to understand it, given time, and Ryoji reassures Aigis that she too will eventually come to know it. The dark hour will vanish, and life will carry on. Ryoji congratulates the team for finding their miracle, while at the same time promising that he will meet with each of them again someday. They would be transported back to the bottom of the tower to witness the culmination of their last year's work, saying goodbye to Ryoji for now. The world would return to normal again, the dark hour losing its hold forevermore. Aegis's tears, proof of her humanity, would stain the stones in front of the school, and all would forget what had happened. Life continued as normal, and as days turned to weeks, winter would give way to the blossoming of spring. In front of the school gates, Junpei would race up to Makoto, talking about school and their next year ahead of them. There's the nagging feeling like he's forgetting about something, but he quickly shakes it off and the two head towards the school. Along the path, they notice a strange girl staring at them by a tree, and Yukari would come up from behind to remind Junpei that the girl lives in the same dorm as them. She's not sure what the girl's name is, but the strange girl isn't the only one in the dorm who the trio gossip about. Akihiko, the captain of the boxing team, and the student council president Mitsuru are both moving out this month, although none of them have really talked with either of the graduating seniors. Yukari calls out towards the strange girl, who runs off towards the school, and the three would follow after her. After only a few steps, however, Junpei stops Yukari to ask if she remembers how they became friends. She assumes it just kinda happened, but it does feel weird to her as well. Neither of them can place this feeling, but the school bell cuts off their conversation. Once class has ended for the day, we're given the opportunity to wander around Iwatodai, checking in on our social links. I'll go through each of them in Arcana order, as these final check-ins are meant to be a way for the player to see how each character carries the lessons they learned further into their lives. Kenji is just sitting nearby in the classroom, and he's eager to share the good news with us. 3 new female teachers will be joining the school in the new year, and so Kenji is thinking about hanging around the faculty office to scope them out. As he comments about how we look a little under the weather and should see the nurse, he realizes what the date is and comments about how he should be leaving soon. His sister is swinging by today, as she'll be coming to Gekkoukan next year, and Kenji doesn't feel like being her tour guide. With that, he bids us farewell and sends us on our way. Fuka notices that we're looking a little pale when we go to see her, offering to take us to the nurse's office to get ourselves checked out. When we head over there, however, the two of us run into Mr. Akoda leaving the faculty office. When he asks what she's doing there, Fuka speaks up and mentions that she's wanting to start up a tech club. Akoda tries brushing her off as just a girl causing problems at the end of the school year, and when Fuka mentions she hasn't found any other club members yet, Akoda shuts the conversation down entirely and walks away. He did mention she needs at least 5 people to create the club, so Fuka asks if we would want to join her so that she can get it off the ground. While she originally thought her interest in tinkering with electronics made her strange, Fuka has come to the decision that she doesn't want to hide her true self anymore. If we could accept her, then other people can too, even if they do end up finding her to be a little strange. She was wanting to start a tech club as a way of meeting new people who also share her interests, although the thought of new people still makes her nervous. Before that, however, Fuka will need to find more club members, and leaving us to find the rest of our way to the nurse's office, she runs off to start working on posters and finding recruits. Finding Mitsuru in the main hall, she asks to speak somewhere private, leading us to the student council room. There, she reminisces on her time here, as come April, she will be off to university. She can only stay for a short while as the executives of the Kirijo group are holding a meeting later. It's in a fragile state at the moment, and Mitsuru needs to stay strong for the company, but she also needs us for an important task. She wants us to stay by her side to remind her to relax every so often, or offer a shoulder to lean on. Mitsuru is having a hard time packing, with each item bringing back memories, although the best memories are with us. She questions what she would do if we had not come into her life, either accept her arranged marriage or drive off on her motorcycle and never look back. Of course, there's no real use dwelling on the past anymore, as Mitsuru now has to look to the future. Her meeting is coming up pretty quickly, however, and she would bid us adieu for the moment. By the faculty office, Hidetoshi is looking over some of the nearby posters, and when we approach, he'll mention that he was wanting to talk to us about something. He's decided that he's not going to apply for the student council next year, as the whole incident with the cigarette has left him with a lot to think about. Back in January, a cult sprang up and preached that humanity is without a future, and for many people, that is all too true. Changing society through revolution just because one can only leads to more problems. So if Hidetoshi wants to shape the future, the best way he's decided he could do that would be to become a teacher. Through education and teaching the youth about how to properly handle life's challenges, they will be better equipped to deal with adversity, and never again will something like the Nyx cult emerge. Hidetoshi thanks us for helping him come to this conclusion, and we head out in search of our other bonds. Over at the strip mall, Bunkichi and Mitsuko are hanging out outside of the bookstore discussing their plans to renovate the store. It leads them to the thought of the school's new wing and the decision the school reached about the persimmon tree. Rather than tearing it down, the school is going to relocate it to another field, where the late teacher can rest watching over the whole campus. Mitsuko cried for a long time after hearing the news, but the two of them feel more committed to helping out the students in any way they can. They invite us to come see them at any time and return to their previous conversation. Speaking with Yukari, she invites us up to the school roof as she wants to ask a favor from us. She agreed to see her mom again, but is feeling rather scared about it and was hoping we would come with her to help her keep a level head. She doesn't want to sour their relationship any more than it already has, as there are still a lot of complicated emotions Yukari hasn't sorted out yet, but she does want to work on mending the rift between the two of them. We won't have to say anything, but instead just hanging around as moral support for Yukari. Just having us around would make her feel better, and should we agree, Yukari decides she'll make the call later and stop putting off their meeting. After looking ahead to the next school year and life beyond that, Yukari suggests the two of us go on a trip somewhere, before leaving us behind on the roof. By the entrance, Kazushi waves us down as he just got his results back from the hospital. His knee is completely healed, meaning he can go back to playing sports next year, and prompts him to look back on the whole ordeal. Had he kept pushing ahead as he was doing, Kazushi would have completely lost his ability to walk, all for the sake of his own pride. Were it not for our intervention, he never would have been able to keep going with athletics. He thanks us for our help and apologizes for worrying not just us, but his mother and his teammates. He was actually just on his way to the faculty office to let the rest of the team know the good news, but took a moment to comment about how tired we look. He reminds us to take care of our own health before heading off towards the team. Up by the classrooms, Yuko is getting ready to leave school for the day as she was planning on heading to the public library. There aren't any books on physiology in the school library, so she was hoping to get some studying done, but offers to chat with us if we could walk with her to the entrance. There, Yuko admits she has been slacking off quite a bit without a set goal in her life, and it was quite tough to fix her grades, but it all makes her want to work all the harder. Now she's taking her dream into her own two hands, and while she'd rather hang out with us right now, Yuko has decided to be more patient with our time. Hanging out can wait until later, as rewards often feel a whole lot better when they come after the hard work. Ready to get studying, Yuko runs out of the school and off towards the library. Seeing as it's the end of the semester, we can swing by the faculty lounge to say goodbye to our homeroom teacher, Miss Toriyumi, and we find her chatting with another teacher. She comments about how much more professional and motivated Toriyumi seems to be lately, to which Toriyumi admits to looking into better teaching methods to help her communicate with her students. One weekend, she met someone who helped her take a look at her life and convince her to stop living only in the present, and to try and get more out of life. It seems as though their conversation is likely to go on for a little while, but as we turn to leave, Toriyumi notices us. She asks if we needed anything before seeing that we dropped our phone. When she bends over to pick it up, however, she sees the wallpaper is the screenshot from a video game. The other teacher also takes notice of it, asking who gave us such an adorable message, and when we start to talk about a girl we met in an MMO, Toriyumi swiftly begins to deny having any knowledge of this. She tries to think of how we could have that screenshot, only to come to a disturbing realization and having a bit of a meltdown. When the other teacher runs off, Toriyumi asks if we're Tatsuya, and after receiving an affirmative, she introduces herself properly as Maya from Innocent Sin Online. Feeling rather mortified about all the embarrassing things she told us, Toriyumi does calm down enough to say something she wanted to tell us if we ever met in real life. She thanks us for helping her turn her life around before returning to feeling embarrassed. Hesitantly, Toriyumi would ask us to have dinner at some point before just saying fuck it and runs out on the situation. Keisuke would be another one to immediately take notice that we look a bit off, offering to take us to see the nurse. Having seen us, however, he remembers some news he wanted to pass along. He tried and failed at the entrance exams for medical school, but isn't too upset about it. Keisuke started studying too late, and it's the first time he's failed at something so badly, but he's feeling confident about retaking the test sometime during the spring. He even mentions how it's likely he would have just given up before, but now he's certain of what he wants to do with his life. He's going to be a doctor so that he can support the people he cares about. Keisuke thanks us for helping him out with this revelation, and while he'll be graduating before us, he promises not to forget us. Finding Chihiro in the upstairs hallway, she takes notice of how ill we look, suggesting we go home and rest. When it looks as though there's something she wants to talk about, Chihiro relents when we ask her. She's been looking over some flyers talking about the history of relationships between students and teachers. It's not really appropriate to be put up around the school, so Chihiro is planning on going to the school paper to write a protest. When we go to follow her, she reassures us that she'll be fine now on her own, as we helped her find her confidence. It's because of us that Chihiro is planning on running for student council next year, not just sitting in as the treasurer. It was because of the council, and because of us, that she overcame her anxieties, and wants to keep pushing herself so that she can learn to love herself more. After confessing her feelings for us again, getting rather flustered, Chihiro runs off to go make her complaint to the paper. Standing outside the takoyaki stand at the strip mall, we can run into Maiko's father, who asks to sit down and speak with us for a moment. He's been reminiscing a lot about the times he took Maiko here and how much she loved the takoyaki, before his thoughts turn towards a letter he received from her. She's happy at her mom's new place and managed to make a lot of friends at her new school. She was even given the responsibility of caring for the rabbits in her class and performed the recorder in front of the school. Best of all, Maiko is spending a lot more time with her mom, the two of them having lots of fun. It fills her dad with a sense of regret, as he and his ex put Maiko through a lot during their divorce. Now, all that waits for him at the end of the day is an empty house without a wife or child. However, Maiko also talked a lot about how much she likes us and wants to marry us someday, really pissing him off. Her father yells at us for a bit, telling us to stay away from his daughter before running off into the city. Speaking with the history teacher, he'll pass on a letter that was sent to the school but addressed to us from an André Laurent Jean Giraud, and recognizing the name as Bebe's, we take it up to the roof to read. He wanted to let us know that he showed the kimono to his uncle and actually received a lot of praise for his work. After talking with him about just how much he loves Japan and wants to go back, Bebe convinced his uncle to allow him to return, but in the end, he decided to stay in France. While he was here, Bebe wasn't aware of just how many people were actually supporting him besides his aunt. Many of his other relatives and even his neighbors pitched in, encouraging him to return to Japan. However, it would feel wrong to take the money of so many generous people. In addition, now that he's home, Bebe can see just how sad his uncle is without his wife by his side. He can always learn about Japan while still in France, finally finding the balance between his two halves, deciding that he'll only return once he can support himself. Back in France, Bebe enrolled in a fashion school and ended up winning one of their sewing competitions. The letter ends with Bebe saying that even if they are far apart, he and Makoto will forever be close within their hearts. If we swing by the dorm, only after we've talked with everyone else first, a news broadcast will be playing on the TV. Apparently, there's been a large unaccounted for discrepancy in the spending of Tanaka's amazing commodities, with a swarm of reporters awaiting President Tanaka's response. One commentator on the news theorizes the discrepancy is some sort of tax fraud scheme, as Tanaka is the type of shady businessman who would pull off something like that, but Tanaka's appearance would cut him off. When he emerges from the Amazing Commodities headquarters, Tanaka sings to the crowd the jingle from the Home Shopping channel and pitches a number of slogans, treating it all as free publicity to market the company. Then, he simply gets in his car and drives off. Shortly afterwards, the news station would receive a fax from Tanaka himself stating that the money he spent was his own and not the company's, and what he spent it on is his own business. He has no shame over the things he has done, and the broadcast ends with the news reporter stating that all we can hope for is that the money went to humanitarian purposes. Looking over at Polonia Mall, the bartender is standing just outside of Club Escapade, and by coincidence he has another message for us. Mutatsu called a little while ago to try and get in contact with us, and so the bartender passes along what he said. In short, Mutatsu managed to find his wife and son, and after apologizing as many times as he needed to, they eventually forgave him. He and his wife are even back together now. Through our conversations, he realized he just needed to suck it up and swallow his pride, and for that he sincerely thanks us. The bartender tells us Mutatsu didn't leave any contact information and jokes about us becoming a monk to try and find him again. Finding one of the sports coaches hanging out just outside of our classroom, he'll mention he received a letter for us from Mamoru, which we take up to the roof to read through. He's getting used to his new job, but part of him had a hard time letting go of sports. Athletics were his entire world outside of his family, and the plant manager started to catch on to Mamoru's worries. He ended up approaching Mamoru and offering to organize a team with some of the other workers to practice after work. They don't have any fancy equipment, and a lot of the guys aren't all that serious about it, but Mamoru has found himself enjoying it all the same. His mother is in a hospital now, recovering as best as she can, while other family members help take care of his siblings. Life is good, and it feels fulfilling to be taking care of the people who mean a lot to him, and the letter ends with Mamoru thanking us for helping him get to this point. Hanging around the strip mall, some of the restaurant owners are being interviewed about the secret to their shop's successes, to which the chef of Hagakure mentions something that happened a long while ago. A kid came in and tried some food before offering a suggestion to make it better. When he tried it out, the food tasted a lot better, but since it wasn't his idea, the chef put it onto a secret menu only those in the know could order. The kid ended up becoming a bit of a celebrity within the strip mall, with the barista of the coffee shop mentioning that Nozomi has an encyclopedic knowledge of food. The local restaurants were all devastated to hear Nozomi had decided to travel the world to sample its cuisine, but all of them are eager to read the book he's planning on writing, and wish him well in his endeavors. Finally, when we head to Naganaki Shrine, we can find a woman sitting where Akanari used to sit, and if we try talking to her, she'll introduce herself as Akanari's mother. He had talked about us a lot to her, and so if we can spare her a minute, she wants to have a short chat with us. When we sit down, Mrs. Kamaki informs us that today is Akanari's birthday, and he would have been turning 20 today. However, he never made it to see adulthood, and her time with him was cut all too short. Despite the disease being genetic, Mrs. Kamaki is completely healthy, and for the longest time she blamed herself for the suffering her son went through. Before he died, however, Akanari apologized to his mom for causing her so much pain, and told her that he was happy to have been born to such a wonderful mother. It caused her to think back on the joy she felt seeing him and caring for him, and now that he's gone, she has nothing else to do but carry on. She vows to visit exotic places and eat all sorts of delicious food and do everything her son never could, so that one day, when she meets him again in heaven, she'll have all these wonderful experiences to share with him. Mrs. Kamaki brings up the story that Akanari was writing, as he mentioned he was going to show it to us when he finished. However, she never found his notebook when she cleaned out his room, assuming he never had the opportunity to finish it. When we explain that we have the notebook and the completed story, a wave of relief washes over her. She tells us to keep the notebook, as she wants to wait until she can see Akanari again to hear the story from him. As she gets up to leave, Mrs. Kamaki turns to us to offer one last piece of advice. Death comes for us all eventually, so before it does, let the people around you know that they're loved. It doesn't need to be a grand gesture, but just let them know how much they mean to you. With that, she walks off, ready to live the rest of a life her son could not. When Makoto returned to the dorm, it's eerily quiet, as though nobody else has returned yet, and feeling pretty tired from the long day, he decides to head to bed early tonight. Graduation day would arrive 2 days later, and that morning, Makoto would be awoken by a knock on the door from Aigis. When she comes in, she apologizes for showing up so suddenly, but needed to speak with him about something important. Although everyone else forgot, Aigis still remembers the events of the past year. When she gained those memories back, she grew worried Makoto would leave again like he did during that final battle against Nyx, but now they have a promise to keep. The graduation ceremony has begun, with Makoto barely making it out of bed before Aigis arrived, and after commenting on the beautiful weather outside, Aigis suggests the two of them go and wait for the others where they can enjoy the view of the peaceful city. At the graduation ceremony, Mitsuru would be called up to the stage as the year's valedictorian to give a speech. She starts off strong, recalling when she spoke to everyone back at the opening ceremony in April, and reflecting back over her senior year. When she mentions the adversity that came with her father's death, however, she begins to falter. Something about her father dying of sudden illness causes Mitsuru to stumble over her own words, causing murmurs throughout the gym. It's the nagging thought that it wasn't illness that killed her father, and standing up in front of the entire school, Mitsuru begins to remember. Yukari and Junpei would soon follow after, with Akihiko approaching the ladder and pulling him up from his seat. Fuka, taking notice of this, would also stand up, and Mitsuru would carry on with her speech. Although she lost her purpose for a while, Mitsuru found the strength to keep moving forward, unwilling to turn away from the future in front of her. It was the friends she made during this time that helped her see that, and earning a number of shocked gasps from the crowd, Mitsuru would leap from the stage to join those friends down below. They have a promise they had to keep, and so fleeing from the gym, the party would go to reunite with Ken, Koromaru, Aigis, and Makoto. I could summarize this last section, one last conversation between Aigis and Makoto, before the curtains come to a close, but I don't think I would be able to do the ending justice that way. Instead, I offer you Aigis' final thoughts in her own words.
The wind feels so nice. This is my first time experiencing spring. But this season will eventually pass. After fighting alongside you and facing the world's end, I finally began to understand what it means to live. Thinking for yourself, not running away, accepting the inevitable. All things eventually come to an end. Every living thing will one day disappear. Only by accepting this can one discover what they truly want, what the meaning of their life will be. I understand now why I was so tormented by my lack of strength. Protecting others became more than just an order I had to obey. I wanted to do it for my own reasons. I realized this once I decided to try and prevent the fall. When I thought I might never see you again, something else became clear to me. What I wanted most. And so, I made up my mind. I decided that I would continue to protect you. I want to be your strength. I know I'm not the only one who can do this, but that's okay. My life will be worth living if it's for this reason. Thank you. You're right. What am I doing? I understand now. So I should be happy.
Hey!
Everyone! I realize now that I have friends as well. You don't have to save the world to find meaning in life. Sometimes, all you need is something simple, like someone to take care of. I'll keep on living no matter what, so that I can protect you. Thank you for everything. You must be tired. Please, get some rest. I'll stay right here with you. Soon, all your friends will be here by your side. Don't worry. I will always be by your side, protecting you.
Makoto would not wake up from that rooftop. Surrounded by his friends, the people who meant the world to him, the last of Makoto's strength would leave him. In truth, Makoto had died during that final battle, having sacrificed himself like the Messiah on the cross to save humanity from eternal damnation. After that, he only held enough strength so that he could fulfill his promise to his friends, and reunite with them once the calamity had been averted. I find it to be one of the most beautiful endings to a game that I have ever played, with the ending to the story also being the end of Makoto's. He had come to learn of life's true meaning, that we cannot fully quantify our lives until they are over. The effects his actions had on others will continue to resonate throughout Iwatodai long after he's gone, and he will forever remain in the hearts of those he had touched. I can't help but think of how each character would react to hearing of his passing. How Bunkichi and Mitsuko would feel knowing they lost another sun figure. How Keisuke would feel knowing he didn't do more after noticing how tired he looked. How Bebe or Mutatsu or Mamoru would feel after learning days, potentially months or even years after his passing, unable to get the sad news quite as quickly outside of Iwatodai. Of how long it took the party to realize Makoto wasn't waking up. How Aigus would feel knowing she was by Makoto's side up until the very end. It's an ending that sticks with the player long after they've stopped playing it, and that is the final tie to the game's themes. Makoto is now dead and gone, but the important part is the memories one made over the course of the story. Did you speak with everyone you wished to? Fulfill as many requests as you wanted? Do you feel as though you left enough of a positive impact on this world now that your involvement in it is over? These are questions the player is left with at the end of the game, but other questions also come to mind, such as why exactly Makoto had to die in that final battle, or just what was the Great Seal. Ultimately, these questions aren't too important, and the game can end right here perfectly and beautifully. However, to those that want more from these characters and to learn the truth behind Makoto's death, Persona 3 has more to offer us. With the release of the Festival Edition, we would receive an epilogue to the game's story. A story of grief after loss, of clinging to those who have left us behind, and of learning to let go of the dead. It is a story about the impact we leave on people after we go, both the good and the bad, and for any lingering questions we may have, it would be within the story that we would find. Once more, thank you to all who made it to the end of this video. It's going to take a little while longer before I come back to finish off Persona 3 as I want to work on one or two other projects before I come back to the epilogue story. Part of the reason for this is to give a bit more variety to the rest of my year, but also, the answer can be a bit of a slog to get through. That being said, I think that with the release of this video, I'm free to hold off on the extra content until the new year. I'll also be slowing down the rate that I've been releasing content, as making these multi-hour long videos within the span of 2 to 3 months each has been a bit tiring. That doesn't mean I'm taking a break, but instead that I want to put more time into each project to ensure they meet the quality I want them to be. These videos take a lot of time and passion to make, and I want to make sure I feel proud of the content that I put out rather than posting something that I feel is rushed or incomplete. As such, I have one video I'll be working on to release at the end of the year, which is around a third of the way through. Unlike what I did with Persona 3, I think moving forward I will be releasing these videos once it is completely finished rather than breaking them apart, as I am still trying to figure out what niche I'm trying to fill now that I've moved away from original shorts content. I make these videos for myself first and foremost, and some of the content I like to consume are these kinds of long breakdowns and summaries that one can either consume over multiple sittings, or can be played in the background while doing other tasks. If that is also the style of content that you all like to see, or if you think it would work a bit better if I tried to be a little more brief with these videos, leave a comment down below, as there's still a lot that I can improve on. One thing that I am excited about is that I have finally hit my goal of 600 subscribers, and as such, I'll be working on Bloodborne alongside the ending to Persona 3 once I have wrapped up with the projects that are currently in the works. Moving forward after that, I likely won't set another milestone until that video is finished, but my thoughts on that I won't talk about until we eventually cross that bridge. For now, I have a lot of other work to get done before the year's end. While I work on the other project, I'm also considering posting a smaller video sometime around Halloween, covering an indie horror game that released within the last few years, so look out for that in the coming months. Once all of that has been dealt with, and once The Answer and Bloodborne have been wrapped up, then I'll be returning to God of War and finishing off those games, as trying to alternate between two series probably wasn't the smartest of ideas. Be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel, as well as leaving a comment down below. It helps the channel and keeps me motivated knowing people enjoy listening to these ramblings. This has been Lore Master Zarek, and I look forward to seeing you all again very soon.